ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nerds, geeks, denizens of the internet, rocket scientists, underwater mariners. How is everyone? How is everyone who was not previously mentioned in the aforementioned list? Good evening. Good evening. I hope you are all well. I hope we have a technical free stream tonight. I have, as per usual, been messing with the audio a little bit. For some reason, as we found out earlier on the weekend, Friday night I dost believed it was. It is Sunday, true. Better be Sunday. Atreyu is not working. For some reason, the microphone is not being routed. Well, it is. I can see it on the gaming computer. It's just that voice attack isn't recognizing the microphone. So sadly, we have no Atreyu. But that is okay. I can do things manually, like a pleb. We have a very special episode tonight. We already, as you might see from the little preview up there in the top right of the screen, are having issues accessing a ship. And it seems to be a fairly common issue according to the global chat. There's a significant amount of server delay. But let's get some music on, ladies and gentlemen. We have a treat. We do, ladies and gentlemen, start every stream here with a good old Tim Tam Slam. You know how it goes. It is God's biscuit, delivered by man to us. But we also have a treat. We have, will it focus? It won't focus on the tiny mouth bite-sized flake. We have a crunchy, ladies and gentlemen, hotly debated whether the crunchy will actually work. For the good old slam, we are, my friends, as Akon says, at war. Guessing you have the right mic selected in the audio tap in voice attack? I do. We have the twirl, one of my personal favorites. It's like a flake, except it's wrapped in golden chocolate. The flake is naked. It's not wrapped in golden, delicious chocolate. Is it going to work, ladies and gentlemen? We have another contender in the ring. One who I'm not sure about, but I would very much like it to work, is the good old cherry ripe. And rounding out the list in the contenders for the slam off, which we will proceed through during the stream, one that I have no doubt will make its way to the top of the list. The Kit Kat, ladies and gentlemen. But you know how we do it here at After Dark. We start every stream with a good old Tim Tam Slam. Now, my friends, we might know what the other ones are. I'm sure they're popular all around the world. But what is a Tim Tam? Well, it is Australia's biscuit. Given to us by God, delivered by man to my hands. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. Then it's all wrapped up in chocolate. It is the best biscuit. We're going to use this biscuit. It sounds crazy, I know, but we're going to use this biscuit just like a straw. Madness! To slurp up this delicious hot chocolate. Cadbury's powdered drinking chocolate. How, Crouch? It doesn't make any sense. It's a biscuit. Well, we're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit and therefore allow it to act like a straw. We're going to slurp up our favorite drink. In my case, it is the aforementioned hot chocolate. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit and hopefully not too much of the outside, because that could be disastrous for my clothes and my desk and all my peripherals here. We're going to pop this delicious gooey mess in our mouth. It's going to be amazing. And then, progressively, throughout the stream, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to try these other little chocolate treats to see which ones can be added to the slam list, which ones work, which ones don't, which ones are the best. Because I'm not sure how much of Star Citizen we're actually going to get to play tonight, because I have for the last hour, well, 45 minutes, it's coming close to an hour, been trying to frickin' access a ship. With the corners bitten off, just a small bit, we can now use our chocolate straw to create ourselves the best chocolate treat in the world, the good old Tim Tam Slam. Oh yeah. It is magnificent. It is magnificent. If there's one thing in the world you need to try, it is the good old Tim Tam Slam. Now, I really am quite desperate to get my vulture here at Gaslight. Let's jump in. Out of the hangar, because it is full of salvage. How is everyone, by the way? Campaign terrain. The crunchy's gonna melt. Get a napkin. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Flossie, how are you, my friend? Mother Fig. Server's got like 450 players on it. Mr. Raycon as usual. What is a Kit Kat? Kit Kat's gonna work. 2 chocolate biscuits side by side with a bit of chocolate connecting them, wrapped in chocolate. Jim Flag, my friend, are you doing a salvage party? I'm not sure if we'll do a salvage party, but we'll see how we go. We'll see what happens. We're here for a good while tonight. I'm up for the whole night. The ninja is off for her grade 6 camp in the morning. She's got to be at school early. My wife wants to have a little sleep in before she goes off. She's a teacher to a college where she teaches. So I'm going to be up for the whole night. Dustin, my friend, server issues today. It seems like it. It seems like it. Elevators aren't working. ASOC terminals are significantly delayed. There's server lag on everything. Might need to try another region. Yes, Acorn. A region hop might be required. We're going to try one more time to get my vulture up here, because it did come up last time, but half of the salvage inside. You know how sometimes boxes on a cargo grid go missing and you need to store the ship and retrieve it again for those boxes to sort of reappear? So I'm hoping now that this is the second time, I think, that I've stored and retrieved this ship, that'll actually have all the cargo on it. So I kind of lied before. In fact, I did manage to get a ship to actually fly here to Gaslight. And I have been able to retrieve a ship. I just haven't been able to retrieve my vulture full of freight. Okay, whilst we do this, ladies and gentlemen, Twirl, Cherry Right, Kit Kat, Crunchy, or Flake. We got 5 different chocolates here, all of which I believe are slammable. Okay, my ship's going to be waiting at nowhere. The Twirl, the Cherry Ripe, the Kit Kat, the Crunchy, or the Flake, ladies and gentlemen. Which one? Mr. Blighty UK, the Tim Tam is the same as a penguin bar here in the UK. It is a very similar biscuit, but it is entirely more delicious. I was going to get some penguins, but I've slammed a penguin bar before, and they're just very powdery. There's a significant difference. It's the same type of biscuit, but there's a big difference between a penguin and a Tim Tam. One of them is good, and the other one you find at the bottom of the recycling bin. Okay. Let's go back to our hangar. Let's see if the ship's there. Let's see if its cargo's intact. little pier behind me. I got pushed forward by an invisible force for a minute then. I thought somebody had snuck in behind me. CT says the Kit Kat may not be porous and otherwise enough. Otherwise, he has a good feeling about it. All right. I, my friends, am really tempted because Acorn has made a big deal of the twirl of the. Oh man. Why are these boxes not here? Let's see if the grid works. We'll give this a couple of minutes to figure itself out. There we go. Yeah, so the grid doesn't work. So there's boxes on the grid. If I lowered this ship from this hangar, I can't bring it back up. I'm really tempted, ladies and gentlemen, to see what this flake is like. Now, we all know that a flake sort of just crumbles as you take it apart. Let's see if I can get this out of the packet without it falling apart. It's mostly intact. The twirl, ladies and gentlemen, it is rivers of chocolate all squished together into a little chocolate log. Now, it is, by the ends off, it is not wrapped in chocolate. But because it's like all folded up, theoretically there should be tubes through this flake. But there's nothing creating a solid surface around it. Now, if I try to bite this flake, it's obviously just going to fall apart. All right. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Does the flake actually work? I can't get it in my mouth to create a proper seal. Well, you can. It makes a slurpy mess. Why did I get a tiny one, Acorn? Because I wanted to have lots and lots of little ones. So I got myself a little bite-sized packet. They're on sale, $2 off. All right, so where's Rhino? He's missing out. Now I do have another flake. This is why I didn't buy the big ones. I bought the little bite-sized snacks so we could enjoy these as we go through. All right, I think what we're going to do, where can we sell salvage here in Pyro? I'm assuming we can sell salvage at Ruin, right? I don't know if I've ever been to Ruin. Ramoyne, my friend, how are you? Rhino needs to see this. Rat's Nest, says Jim Flag. All right, let's head over to Rat's Nest. Oh, Acorn's asking for the crunchy next. Mr. Ramoyne, hello, Crouch. So are you salvaging or chunky eating? Well, hopefully we're going to be doing both. All right, let's clear this. Let's get some fuel. Let's not run out of fuel again. We can't store the ship, otherwise we're not going to be able to retrieve it. Acorn's the least confident about the crunchy. I thought, Acorn, you were in the crunchy camp. Or was that Rhino? I think Rhino's in the crunchy camp, right? It's like the honeycomb will just melt and it's... I think it's going to be disastrous, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please have permission to leave the hangar? All right, so we need to do two things. A, try and retrieve all the cargo that's in the ship that doesn't look like it's in the ship because Star Citizen. And the second thing, swap out the salvage attachments for some of Braid's. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is one thing. My Nomad is still over there. I've been logging on and off the same server for ages now. And it's quite nice that I still get a marker for this Nomad that was left on Ignis during the power outage. So I'm wondering if I leave ships all over the place, if I'm going to get markers for them all. It certainly makes it easy to find your way back to the ship, right? Rat's Nest. I've never been to Rat's Nest before. Out on the western side of the system. Let's head on out there. See if we can sort out our cargo. Oh, Mr. Dustin, my friend, he just remembered watching your streams inspired you to get voice attack. It is better than you expected. It's so good. It's so good. Unfortunately, mine's not working at the moment after messing around with the audio. How's the audio tonight? Does it sound good? Is it crisp? Is the music too loud? Can you hear the game? We'll see how we go with that intermittent echo. But obviously something that I've done while I've been tweaking and playing with that has now caused another issue with voice attack. We're getting to the point in the hot chocolate where it's half full, and thus therefore it's going to be very difficult to get any more biscuits into this hot chocolate, which means we have to have another one a bit later. As I said, we've got all night, ladies and gentlemen. You might not have all night, and I do apologize for that. But I thank you for joining me tonight for a lovely Sunday evening salvage session. We're going to be doing things super chill. First I need to get the vulture sorted out, and then I'm really keen to just go through some of the contracts, some of the missions, starting off with the, go salvage the arrow and stuff, and you're going to be pulling off its hull. I'm going to be grabbing weapons and components. I'm going to be breaking ships down into construction material. Again, we're not here chasing credits in the most efficient way to do things. We're here from the perspective of a salvager, currently dressed in heavy armor and rippling with grenades across the chest. We'll sort that situation out. But we're here, as we do like to do here at After Dark. Sounded like my elbow was ringing. Started vibrating. Another year older, ladies and gentlemen. It was my birthday the other day, and I'm starting to feel it. We're just here to have some fun. We're going to salvage. We're going to find panels. We're going to see if we can do some of these contracts. We're going to take components. We're going to take weapons, whether they're worth $100 or nothing. We're out here just enjoying the life of a salvage operator in deep space. So the flake worked, Crouch. The flake did kind of work. It kind of worked. It was a little bit slurpy. I think you probably might, I don't know if it came across on the microphone. It was a little bit slurpy. There was a whole bunch of air coming up through the flake. It wasn't like the Tim Tam where, it's a straw, right? Liquid's coming through one hole and coming up through the other hole, and, the whole inside of the biscuit's melting. The flake wasn't like that. It worked. I could suck up some hot chocolate, or, in your case, if you choose to do this, whatever hot beverage that you would like to have. But it worked. It worked to an extent. It's an interesting one. And that's why I've got two flakes here, right? Because I knew that in some ways the flake would kind of work, and in other ways it kind of wouldn't. And so I wanted to have a second one to have another crack at it a bit later on. But yes, it was interesting. It didn't, obviously with the Tim Tam, you've got the biscuit and everything on the inside, which melts, right? It takes on all that liquid and becomes gushy. Gushy? Gooey. Squishy. Gushy. But the flake doesn't have that. It's just rolled, layered chocolate. So the chocolate did get a little bit melty, but there was no biscuit inside there to get gushy. What happened here, Acorn? Fig. Now we'll tell you what he did to me the other night. You broke Dark Acorn with your own testing. No! Fig filmed his own flake slam and sends it to me just as I'm about to go to sleep. Imagine wanting to watch a movie with your friends and someone tells you the ending. Amazing. Yours didn't work, Mother Fig? Oh, did I run out of fuel? This game. This game. Your guess is because it was too long, Acorn, so the tubes close in on themselves? Yeah, it's possible. It was a full-size one, so maybe that had an impact. Yeah, I guess so. Glutrino, my friend, how are you? Hope you're having a great weekend. I'm having a wonderful weekend. But right now, Star Citizen is being Star Citizen. So even though we have refueled the ship, it believes it has run out of fuel. We weren't able to store the ship, unfortunately, because of the issues that we're having. Look how close we are with storing and retrieving ships at the moment. All your Tim Tam should be delivered this week, Glutrino. Here we go. Crouch After Dark. Single-handedly inspiring the world. Do I need to pick up Jim Flag? I think Acorn's going to be on the way. He'll be able to get this vulture in his ship. If you ran out of fuel but can still drift to a settlement, as long as you have enough MREs or whatever, will you have enough to drink? Well, we're still 2.8 gigameters away, 2.3 gigameters away. So that's going to be... What did we figure out it was going to be to travel like 8 gigameters, 72 days or something? So... It's not possible. It is not possible to fly to this location just by hurtling through space at 1,000 meters a second. Although we can give it a red hot shot. I wonder if I bed log and log back in if that will help the situation. Look at this vulture traveling almost 1,100 meters a second. All right, let's turn off decoupled mode. Hurge quirtling through space. Mr. Rhino has joined us. Stranded in space again, Rhino. I am, unfortunately, due to the issues storing and retrieving ships over at Gaslight at the moment. We refueled, but I couldn't store the ship and retrieve it reliably. So we took the punt to head off into space, hoping that things would be all right. And they were not. They were not. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the twirl. The controversial crunchy, the ever popular and always delicious cherry ripe. The for sure is gonna work and be delicious Kit Kat remain on the table. The twirl, no, the Twix, no, the flake. The flake having somewhat successfully worked. We have 4 more remaining. We shall see as we hurtle through space, awaiting another deep space rescue mission from the Stream Angel, Mr. Dark Acorn. How these 4 contenders fare throughout the rest of the stream. I'm going to be so sick by the end of this with the number of hot chocolates we're going to have. And then hopefully, once we get to Rat's Nest, we can try storing the ship, retrieving it again. Hopefully all the cargo is inside, so we can actually remove the cargo, because the ship currently is full of cargo. The good old Vulture. But for some reason, let's just pop in through the hull. Has some boxes that should be there, but aren't there. Which seems to be a problem at the moment on several ships. Boxes sitting on a grid, not being there when you retrieve the ship. So if you store the ship and bring it back out again, the boxes will be there. But as we noticed, whenever I lowered a ship, and we may have noticed, most of this was before the stream, lowered a ship down into the hangar, I could no longer retrieve a ship up the hangar. I had to leave and then come back and then try from the main ASOP terminals to bring the ship up. But every time I did that, these boxes were still missing. And the fact that the grid doesn't work tells me that the boxes are actually there, but they're just not there. If the grid worked, then I'd be like, okay, look, those boxes have just gone for whatever reason. But the fact that the grid doesn't work tells me that we've got boxes on board that just aren't accessible for some reason. But hopefully, at some stage, we will be able to clear the hold, get some new scraping heads. We want to swap them out for the abrades, and then just go about some casual, leisurely salvaging. Like I said, I'm going to work my way up through the contracts. We'll do the first one, and we're just going to try and take everything we can. We're going to strip the RMC. We're going to take weapons. We're going to take components. We're going to build ourselves a little collection of fuses just to make Argo jealous. We're going to break the ships down into construction material and, just go about the job of a deep space salvager. We're not worried about time. We're not worried about credits. We're just there for the experience of taking it all. Yeah, storing and recalling the ship usually works, yeah. The servers are apparently a little bit balked tonight, Rhino. At least the one that I'm on. Global chat has been full of issues of input delay and ASOP terminals not having an F interaction key and hangars not bringing up ships and stuff. And the plan was to come to Rat's Nest, server hop or region hop, and then keep going. But as is obviously evident, we are in deep space, hurtling at 1.1 meters per second, or 1,000.1 meters per second. 1,100, or to be more precise, 1,099 meters per second. They really need to fix this refueling bug. Yeah, I know, Jim, it's a big problem. I bet that one ship the other night was chockers with fuses, the one underground. Yeah, the freelancer that was under the surface. Oh, amazing. Well, I'll accept a rescue from anyone who's in the area. Well, there's Acorn, popped into existence 1.4 million miles away. Certainly closer than Rat's Nest, being 2.3 gigameters away. They haven't really paid much attention to the PU since they are hyper-focused on 4.1.1, says Ruboy. Well, that's normally what happens, right? You know, when it goes live, that's whatever is happening live, and then they focus their development efforts, obviously, on the PTU, because that's what's coming to replace live. So, you know, whatever the issues we have in PU are unlikely to be solved in the PU, because, you know, they're, you know, hopefully solving those issues in the next version of, you know, the game. All right, let's slow down. Let Acorn catch up to us. Here he comes. Look at this. It's so good. I freaking love this stupid game. I wonder if using my camera, I can punch through his hull and see what's going on inside his ship using my camera. All right, let's just reset my view. Get some landing gear down. She's a little tight. Not 100% sure we're on the deck properly. Oh, I think we're down. I don't think he's going to be able to close up the hatch. How are you supposed to close that hatch? Look at that laser line. It'll close, says Rhino. Landing gear away. Landing gear down. It's scraping off my radar. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to listen to the captains of the Polarises. All right, we can't punch through Acorn's hull using my camera. Look at that. Yes, the Vulture fits in the Polaris. Don't land like a donkey next time. Excuse me, my good friend. Thank you for the rescue, by the way. You know, this ship is just fitting in this hangar. And you've got a box in here. A big freaking box full of crunchies. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Twirl, Cherry Right, Kit Kat, or Crunchy. I recommend leave the Kit Kat to last because that's obviously going to work. The Twirl's going to work. So let's put that before the Kit Kat. The Cherry Ripe, I'm not 100% sure of because I think it's going to be too gooey on the inside. The Crunchy, I'm least, you know, like Acorn, has my least amount of confidence because the honeycomb is just dense. You can fit 2 fortunes in this hangar, can you, Rhino? That's incredible. That's so good. The Golem is the David in David versus the Goliath. So the Fortune is the other salvage ship, right? And the Golem is the other prospecting ship, right? Sadly, I can't see whereabouts we are or what's happening on the outside. Oh, I can hear pistons. The hangar is opening. The hangar is opening, ladies and gentlemen. We are out. We are out. Hangar doors are fully open. All right, let's get ourselves some verticality. Let's get that landing gear up. Let's pitch that nose forward. Freedom, ladies and gentlemen. Freedom. The Stream Angel's 224 meters away. Crazy talk. Look at this. Delivered. The donkey is clear for takeoff. You can fit a Fortune and a Prospector to cover both bases. Maybe I should really consider the Polaris as my full-time liveaboard. A Fortune, a Prospector, some rocks, a Rock DS. It's got med beds and all that sort of stuff. All right, let's get ourselves... Hangar request completed. Where is the hangar? There it is. Thank you, Acorn. The Liberator would be good for me, do you reckon? I can't wait for the freaking Arastra, man. I can't wait for the Arastra. No Reclaimer yet. Hey, Jim. We could get the Reclaimer out. Who was talking about a salvage party earlier on? Was that you, Jim? Am I on the wall? I think I'm on the wall. I am on the wall. What's going on here? Oh, yeah. I haven't been out in the Reclaimer for a while. All right, so first is we should... let's get out of the ship, then we'll settle our deep space rescue with Acorn. I know that's Argo. Mr. Dark Acorn. I'll send him 150 grand. Like Argo did the other day. Why not? You think the crunchy would do better with a cold drink than a hot drink, you reckon, Acorn? Yeah, maybe, because maybe some liquid will be able to get through the honeycomb, but because it's not hot, it's not going to melt the honeycomb and turn it into just a... Yeah. You feel the hot drink would melt the pores shut. Yeah, exactly. The Arastra looks so awesome in theory, Dustin. It does look, in theory, obviously. You still use the mole almost daily, even as a solo. All right. A little bit of server delay. Input lag, I think they call it. Let's try storing this ship. Oh, actually, just before we do that, let's refuel it and then store it. This server is definitely bogged. Yeah, it's 100% bogged, Rhino. It's so bad. It's so bad. Hey, it's... Oh, God. It's the Firefly music again. I am ashamed to admit that I've never watched any of Firefly. It's a series, right? See, that's how much I know about it. One season, yeah? And then they cancelled it. And the cult is upset. I should watch it. I'm not really a sci-fi nerd or a pop culture. Scott Reed, who used to work for me for many years in two different businesses I had, actually, now has his own design studio, Tide World Studios. He designs 3D printable scenery. He is one of the best designers, and certainly in that space right now, in that market, that industry, he's doing absolutely fantastic work. Tide World Studios, check him out. He's just, pop culture everything, and we'd be sitting there at work and we'd be, working on whatever, and Scott would be talking about all this sort of stuff, and I'd be like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, man. He's like, you're not a nerd, Viv. I was like, no, I'm not a nerd, dude. Landing. Let's refuel. All right. Touch up that little scratches from where we left some marks in Acorn's hangar. Okay, those don't seem to want to work fine. Oh, yep, they're working. The magnetic shit. No, I think a lot of his designs clip together. They're not magnetic, like the Dwarven Forge stuff that you're mentioning. He called your nerd card. I'm not a nerd, man. I'm totally not a nerd. Let's power the ship down, which for some reason doesn't seem to work. Oh, there we go. Input delay. Let's get up and get going. No, don't close the door. Let me out first. Ah, damn it. All right, let's open the door. In fact, one of our ranges of terrain, we had a cyberpunk themed set of terrain called Easy District. Sort of cyberpunk sort of themed, very what the hell's that? Oh my god, very Blade Runner-esque. And a whole bunch of the model kits and that, the different sorts of buildings and stuff. We'd named after all these designers and artists that Scott knew. Our Century City range, which we made for, the Batman tabletop miniature game. A lot of those buildings were named after a whole bunch of the Batman comic book artists and stuff. And Scott was like, this would be a great name. And I was like, okay, sounds pretty good. He's like, you don't know what it is, do you? I was like, no. He's like, oh, this is the artist that did like this edition. And I'm like, dude, we'll call it that. It sounds great. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in for the roughest week ahead at work, because this is the last half a tank of juice I have left. And then after this, all of my vape mods, all of my tanks, my batteries, my battery chargers, all the empty bottles of juice that are sitting around in drawers and stuff are all going responsibly into the bin. There shall be no more vaping. I haven't smoked for more than a decade, but I've vaped continuously since then. It's time to get rid of this. It's time to get rid of my gut. I'm 102 kilograms. I'm almost 5'11", a little bit shy, but I'm 102 kilos. I remember in my teenage years, I used to go rock climbing after school every day with two of my really good friends. Al John, little Filipino guy, we called him Drumsticks, because whatever the muscle is at the below your quad, right? Whatever muscle is at the bottom. He just had the biggest muscles there. It looked like drumsticks, right? And Big Mal was like a Samoan guy, or you know, a Pacifica, and he was a big guy, right? 6'4", and he was over 100 kilos. And you know, both me and Al was maybe 5'4", 5'5", or something. And both Al and I weighed the same. Al was just this stocky little guy, and we both weighed around 75 kilos or so. I was 5'11", 75 kilos, and Big Mal, Big Islander, over 100 kilos. And I remember saying to Mal all the time, you know, one day, man, I'm going to be 100 kilos like you, man. And now I am 100 kilos, but of the wrong sort of disposition. But it's time to get rid of the vaping. It's time to become an air breather. It's time to start exercising because, ladies and gentlemen, I have spent probably the better part of a year now consuming as much sailing content as I can, learning about different sorts of boats, and I'm setting myself a 7-year target. Okay, let's see if this sees. I'm setting myself a 7-year target. 3 years. Over the next 3 years, I'm going to learn to... Yes! I'm going to learn to sail. Buy myself a small... Not a small, maybe 30 foot or something like that. Boat. Little yacht. Learn to sail. And then in 7 years, I'm going to set off on a 3-year adventure around the world. And so to do that, I want to be in the peak form of fitness. And so the first thing that I can immediately start doing now is just giving up the vape. And I used to be incredibly athletic when I was younger.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Yeah, I need to drink something and he needs to drink something. So there's quite a number of really good sailing schools here in Melbourne. Obviously we have Port Phillip Bay, which is right next to us. And there's a bunch of sailing schools there. So I need to go do all my certifications and everything. So I'm looking at boats at the moment that have the potential for me to do a little bit of work on. That can sail, but don't need to necessarily be repaired, but can be improved, which is a huge amount of fun. None of which Mrs. Crouch is terribly excited about. But, she's always been incredibly supportive of all my crazy endeavors. And so the first step is becoming a regular air breather. So it's going to be the toughest work at week. It's going to be the toughest week at work. But I did stop a couple of years ago. Why am I moving so slowly? And it really wasn't too difficult, but at that stage I'd run out of nicotine, and so I was just vaping juice, right? And it got to the point where I was like, I don't even know why I'm doing this, because I don't have any nicotine cravings anymore. That's all gone. I'm just sort of just vaping for the habit of it. And then one day I said, I'm not going to take my vape to the studio. And it wasn't a big issue. But now that vaping is somewhat illegal in Australia, it's made it very, very difficult to get juice and all that sort of stuff. And then I thought, look, now's the time, right? Now's the time. Oh, dear me. He's getting off this train wreck of a server, Rhino. It's a good idea, man. I shall be leaving shortly too. Get my skipper's ticket. Yeah, there's several different certifications that I need. you know, your day skippers, and then, you know, there's a whole bunch of different ones that I'll need to get. Go off to the shops, motherfucker. Does anyone want anything? I can't think of anything. Your uncle in Darwin has a boat, does he, Rhino? You know what's super annoying right now is every time I push the box forward or backwards, it slows down my movement speed as well. That's super annoying. Crash, there's this thing called FUM, which is a vaping alternative. 0 nicotine, 0 liquids. Oh, fume. Yeah. If you need to bridge the gap. No, look, it'll just take a week. It'll take a week of just adjusting. And then just like I did last time, once I'm past that point, then you know, my ADHD really kicks in and I get super crazy on everything. And I'm going to have to adjust. Like last time, you know, I changed my whole life. You know, I changed my eating. You know, I started running, I started exercising, I started going back to the gym. You know, I get a little bit obsessed, not obsessive, but I get out of control with everything I do. And so once the vaping is gone and I'm past that first week of just, then the other side will kick in where I'm like, fucking let's do it. And I'll go out and, you know, get a nice pair of running shoes. I haven't had a nice pair of running shoes. I'll actually start taking RTACs out. There's a whole bunch of beautiful national parks around us. I really want to get back into some orienteering. I used to do a lot of that when I was younger. One of my friends is, you know, the president of a longbow club. So he's been telling me for years, hey Viv, you know, you need to come out with us and, you know, get back into some archery. I used to do archery actually. Like many things, you know, I get out of control, right? You know, when I started bowling in my late teenage years, that got out of control. And before you knew it, you know, I was part of a league. Man, my best game, man, 297, man. Holy crap, I got the league hard score, man. That was incredible. And when I started playing pool, that got out of control. And then, you know, when I was playing paintball in the early 2000s, I reckon between 2002 and 2004, I spent maybe 35 grand playing competition paintball, semi-professionally. So yeah, I get out of control. But I just know that the first week is going to be brutal, and then after that, I'll get out of control in the good sense of out of control. Jump on your server, run. It's only got 142 people. Ooh, lovely. I mean, this is how Knights of Dice, you know, got out of control. You know, we had this warehouse, let's eject, up in Heidelberg that we used to rent back when my software company was doing really well and my accountant was harassing me about money and stuff and said, you got to spend more money because it looks weird. And so we rented this big, massive warehouse. And it was just a big man cave at that stage. I had my cars there, my motorcycle, you know, I had my brewery, all my toys, tools, and it was just a big man cave. Then it got to the point where it was kind of a little bit ridiculous. And my wife was saying, listen, you either need to get rid of the warehouse or, you know, you need to find a way to fund it. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to start this business there. And then that got rapidly out of control and sort of, you know, within the space of a very short period of time, we ended up buying that building and then spent $1 million setting up a business, close to $1 million on equipment and stuff. And oh, those days. Like I said, I've had a very supportive and amazing wife. And now all of that has collapsed, and good thanks to COVID and government decisions, and now we have pretty much nothing. Well, actually, that's not true. I have that warehouse, which is going to auction actually on Wednesday. Sadly, it's owned by my super fund, so I'm not going to see any of that money until I'm an old man and unable to use that money to sail around the world. So we need to play.
You are fine.
We need to play enough Star Citizen to fund my sailing adventures. Let's go, people. Anyway, my ridiculously, incredibly fortunate and, in many ways privileged life. I'm incredibly thankful and for the incredible support that I've had from so many people through so many different businesses, from my family and friends, and I really am so very blessed. That whilst at this point in time I'm really not in a position to be at anywhere close to thinking about getting a boat, I can continue to dream and prepare and plan and live vicariously through other people's experiences on the old tube of you. But it all starts with getting myself healthy. So as soon as this tank of juice is gone, which will be done, during the stream, we're here all night tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all night. I need to be up. Man, there's a tiny little bit of salvage left in the ship that we can't get out. That's okay. Once that is gone, the week ahead at work is going to be a nightmare. But I shall persist.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
And, once I get rid of all the vaping paraphernalia, all the batteries, the mods, I've got several mods new in box. Just like I did when I quit smoking. All right, that's those things. When I quit smoking, we were on our way. Charlotte was 1. Oh. Had Charlotte been born then? Anyway, we were on the way to the UK. We'd just come through Dubai. And I just picked up a whole case of 5. I used to smoke rollies then. And I bought a case of 5 packets of rolling tobacco. And we got to London, saw my family. The next day we went out to go see some of Kim's friends. And she was vaping. And Kim was like, what the hell's that? She's like, oh, it's like a vaporizer. Do you want to try it? And Kim didn't want to. And I was like, yeah, for sure. And anyway, we took a puff of that vape. And I was like, man, this is amazing. And she said, there's a vape store just down the road here. So we went down to the vape store. And you have to go mow your lawn, Jim Flag. Thank you, my friend. Have a good one. Sorry for my incessant rambling. And so we went down to the vape store, had a look. They had some mods. I think I still have that mod. Bought a vape, and he's like, do you have any, cigarettes or tobacco on you? And I said, yeah. I had this whole box of freaking rolling tobacco. And he just held up the bin. And I chucked like $150 worth of tobacco into that bin. And I've never smoked since. And so I know, because of my craziness, that as soon as I collect up all my paraphernalia and it goes in the bin, obviously I can't chuck these things in the bin. It needs to be, properly disposed of. Then that will be my commitment. I've gotten rid of all of the paraphernalia. That's it, Viv, you're done. And that's it. And because there's no more vape stores here in Australia, you can't buy vape stuff online. You can only get it through your doctors and pharmacists. You need to have a script for it, which I have. But because you just can't go down to the shop, well, not legally at least anyway, you can still buy them everywhere, right? Under the counter, the black market is significant. It makes it more difficult. So I know that as soon as I put all this stuff in the bin, that's it. I'm done. Head to pad 1 ASAP after you finish the boxes. Why, Mr. Acorn? Bro's going to start going blurry-eyed in game. Yeah, I was a little bit thirsty. Vaping is so scary, man. There's going to be like so many health cases, I reckon, in like 10 to 20 years. There already are currently. It's time to become an air breather. All right, so we need to go. Is there a refinery here somewhere? So these are the elevators, right? Are there other elevators? To like a refinery or something? Where I didn't see anything. Where I can buy the components. Docking port pads on my hangar. Should be top of the list. Top of the list is a docking port. Might not have one where I'm at. Okay. All right. Let's sell the salvage. Right. We came to Rat's Nest because someone in the comments said Rat's Nest is where we can come to sell salvage. So let's go to the admin office. Public habitations, clinic, shops. Mr. Runner can sell salvage at Checkmate also. Yeah, I was going to go to Checkmate and then someone said Rat's Nest. So we went to Rat's Nest. But it doesn't look like there's any cargo area here or a refinery where I can buy the abrades and stuff that I need. Yeah, there's no refinery or cargo area at Rat's. Okay, that's a bummer. Okay, so we want to go to Rat's Nest. Recycled material. Let's sell it all for 294k. Thank you very much. Everything I need is at Checkmate. Oh, a little bit more too. Hang on, wait a minute, what? Rat's Nest. 6 SCU. Who knows? Who knows?
Got jumped by Xenothreat the other day.
A vaping inventor 15 years ago. Hey guys, I figured out how we can very slowly drain ourselves with this little device. Lungs historically love liquids. The station is full, is it? Okay. All right. Well, at least we've got a little bit of salvage here. And get a little bit of cash buck dollary doos. Oh, Checkmate doesn't buy RMC. Okay, so to continue our salvage adventure, I guess we could just go out. Oh, what am I coming to pad 1 for, Rhino? Acorn, what's happening at pad 1? I guess we could just continue with the cinch modules that we have. Oh, you were just trying to hydrate me? Okay, thank you. Or we can go get the abrades. Now, I'm not too fussed again because we're just here for super chill, right? We're going to be scraping the RMC. We're going to be breaking ships down, collecting the construction material. We're going to be trying to, take guns and components and just basically naff about, right? We're not here for maximizing our efficiencies or earning as many credits as we can. We're here to, enjoy the life of a salvager who's out there, deep space, doing his job. Now, he's obviously going to be collecting weapons, collecting components, searching through lockers, all that sort of stuff, trying to maximize the amount that he can take. Runner doesn't waste time doing RMC. Time versus money, not worth it. Well, we're never worried about money here. Never worried about money. What do we need money for? We don't need money for nothing. All right, so we got a decision to make. Rhino suggests we change servers first. The time isn't worth it. That's what the time's for, man. What else have we got in this game to do? Crunchy time, says Acorn. It is almost time. Almost time. RMC is plenty worth it, at least at lower levels. I really enjoy the salvage in the vulture. 300 grand out of that. It was quite good. All right. Let's retrieve the vulture. Let's see if it actually gets retrieved. Not holding out much hope for it. We'll see what happens. You know what I need? Is I need a glass that gets shorter as I drink it. Because when I get down to about sort of this point, 2 centimeters, it becomes difficult to fit these little bite-sized chocolates or Tim Tams down into the glass. So I need a glass that's sort of like collapsible. Otherwise, we're going to end up drinking 4 freaking more hot chocolates. And my goal of being a fit, healthy 50-year-old with some abs is going to be another year away. So what I want is a piston at the bottom. Yeah, exactly. 100%. All right, let's go. Like those plate dispensers at buffets. yeah. 100%. All right, let's go. All right, so let's have a look at our contracts. Salvage, right? So we've got rough and ready, headhunters, citizens for prosperity. Okay, so these little hand mining ones could be fun. Hand mining, hand salvage ones. For that, we're going to need to get ourselves a cambio. I guess we can do them in the vulture, right? But let's go do this arrow, yeah? Local resident discovered a damaged anvil arrow and was able to tow it to an asteroid cluster before any outlaws intervened. Normally, we would encourage one of the locals to harvest the spare components and materials for themselves, but since they didn't have the proper tools, the next best thing would be to sell the salvage rights to one of our volunteers. Should be easy and relatively safe. Let's go. How do they know when to stop pushing? How do they know? I know, man. They're like a magical device, right? You know, friction, I'm sure, and pressure doesn't have anything to do with it. All right, let's go. We're off to see the salvage. The wonderful salvage of Pyro. Oh, did we get fuel? Yeah, we did. Did we? Yeah, we did. Freaking fuel. No quantum? No quantum? Let's clear our Stanton Gateway. Okay. Oh, we'll head off in this direction. We can drop out when we need to. In Pyro and getting salvage contracts. LOL. Plenty of ships abandoned and for free. Well, you know, we're going to work our way through the salvage contracts, right? You know, from a gameplay perspective, you know, starting at the lower ranks in the salvage guild, heading out to go see what this anvil has. We'll take its guns. I don't think the anvil has any accessible components. I don't think many of the smaller fighters do. And if it did, right, they'd have to be accessible from the exterior of the ship, given that the anvil certainly doesn't have any, you know, interior outside of the cockpit. Slam, 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 slam. All right. Cherry ripe, twirl, Kit Kat crunchy. So what do we say? We want to go crunchy, which I'm not sure about. The cherry ripe, which I really don't think is going to work because it's full of gooey stuff already. The twirl, which is 100% going to work. And the Kit Kat. Actually, I think I'm going to leave the twirl till last, right? Because the twirl basically is a flake wrapped in chocolate. Right, we can't go just yet because we're going to overshoot, right? Because I think we're quantuming to the gateway right now. But I tell you what, it's going to be a life changer. It's going to be life changing giving up the vape. I really can't start. I can't wait to start running again. Last time, like as I was saying, I'm gonna have to drop out soon. Last time I quit and I got back into running, it was so difficult. The first couple of weeks, I really couldn't run at all. And then it got to the point where I was able to, if I run for 20 minutes without really getting too puffed out, it's going to be quite nice. I frequently, and I don't know if this is what this is associated with, but for the last couple of weeks, I've had a lot of dreams where I've been running around, and it's been the best feeling. I often think about that moment in Conan where they're at the beginning and they're going off to the first place. I can't remember what it's called. Scott would know all about it. And they're running, right? And the music's playing, and I'm like, yes. And I love cross-country running. I wouldn't want to... Please, can I have some control of my ship? I wouldn't want to be... That was a salvage. I wouldn't want to be running on a treadmill. And, I'd very much prefer to be cross-country running. It's just, I've always found it way easier than just pounding the footpath, so to speak. Pounding the pavement. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I always forget how bloody long this ship is. All right, quick, mining mode. Get some freaking, what's it called? Hertzquartlers. Oh no, it's right click to switch, isn't it? Oh, let's turn that one off. No, that's the wrong one. Let's turn that one off. Shore grip. Oh my god, there's a freaking... Alright, so how do I pull this towards me? How do I pull this towards me? With the mouse wheel. With the mouse wheel. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. It's nothing to fear. Turn that off. Alright, let's go. What would I do if you stole the arrow, Acorn? I'd go and find another arrow. All right, let's make sure we got a helmet on. Oh! Here he comes to interfere. There'll be no more slam-offs, ladies and gentlemen. The slam-off is over. The slam-off is over. Into the pilot seat. Is the ship functional? Can we get away? Okay. See, is this just an issue in all ships where it doesn't bring up the message anymore? I'm pretty sure we've disabled the components or the ports. He's trying to steal my salvage claim, ladies and gentlemen. The nerve of this man. He's trying to take the vulture. He's trying to take the vulture. It was a booby trap, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I've unlocked the ports. Right, so I don't think the ports got unlocked. Oh, God. Yep, I'm an EVA professional. What's going on? I think the ship is moving. That's what's happening. All right. Oh, my God. I'm so inept. What? Why does it keep bouncing away like that? We're gonna get stranded in deep space. Let's send this back towards the vulture. What is the name of the vulture, by the way, folks? Don't think we've given it a name. Why can't I move forward? Does anyone else have flying dreams where they fly through the air like you're doing breaststroke? Or, you know, yeah, like breaststroke or a butterfly. That's what all my flying dreams are like. Mrs. Crouch was saying the other day, her flying dreams like she flaps her arms like this. But I like swim through the air. All right. We're in. Let's go salvage the ship. Call the vulture Colin. There's a Corsair over there. Oh, amazing. Look at this freaking ship, man. Tractor beamed it into position. It's now stable. We're going to cinch and a braid. Oh, goodness me. Let me get used to the HUD. Where's our Herge Quirtler? Okay, so we're in nav mode. Let's get into SCM. I think we need to be in SCM, right? Okay, no, that's the wrong thing entirely. Let's get some lights on. Let's get ourselves into... How do we get into mining mode? Here we go. I'm a professional, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a professional. Call the vulture Colin. That's a great name. Colin. Maybe I should call it Herge Quertler. Or Gurge Fangler. He found a Connie with full attritions. So we're going to have to figure out how we get into deconstruction mode shortly. 6% of the anvil is left. We've collected almost an entire SCU. Unbelievable. 0% of the salvage. Contract complete. Is there anything? Oh my goodness! Damn it. Just rotisserie cook this. I really wish I had a Treyu right now, because I could set a Treyu up to, you know, do all of these, you know, enter tractor mode, and then he'd do all the key buttons and all that sort of stuff, and then, you know, enter, you know, deconstruction mode, and, you know, do all the right click, Alt S, get both of the Herge Quertlers back up and operating. I think it's Alt W, right? I think it's Alt W to enter deconstruction mode. All right, 1.1 SCU. So 10 grand for the 10.5 grand for the 1 SCU of RMC. Now I think it's Alt W, right? It is Alt W. Motherfig, one of your ships in Elite Dangerous is called Funtsnozzler. That's such a great name. All right, so now I'm pretty sure we just fracturing. We can see those waves going out. Ship's getting all Herge Quertly. Something stopped. Okay, I just got to press the trigger and just let it do its thing. Don't hold it. It's getting all Herge Quertly. Boof! There's a small piece flying directly towards us. Breaking into pieces. Oof. Now, what do we do? I go into right mouse button, do I? Right mouse button. Oh no, that's swapping out. So I think I need to go back into disintegration mode. Okay, here we go. Good. Just press the button and let it do its thing. Disintegration mode. .12 of an SCU. Boom. There's another piece. Yes, sir. We're cleaning up deep space, ladies and gentlemen. We're cleaning up deep space. All right, we can turn that off. How do I turn it off? I don't know how I turn that off. Let's just go back to salvage mode. All right. If I click, it doesn't show me anything. Lovely. All right, let's go have a look at this Corsair over here. You know, I was thinking the other day from a salvage perspective, and you know, salvaging weapons, right? You know, one of the big issues with salvaging weapons is them bouncing around in your hold, yeah? So from a salvage perspective, it would be really sweet to have a salvage ship that had hard points, you know, on the outside of the ship, so that, you know, obviously the weapons wouldn't be functional, but you'd be able to attach the weapons to the outside of the ship, right? Kind of like if you could imagine on a boat, you have fishing pole mounts, right? Where you can put your rods into, you know, those holders, and then you have all of your rods just, you know, stored there or clipped up on the ceiling in hooks and stuff like that. From a salvage perspective, if the salvage ship had something like that, where you could, depending on the size of the salvage ship, be able to clip to it at least size 3 weapons on a vulture, maybe size 4s. Let's go have a look at this Corsair. First contract completed. What are they offering us now? More arrows. So we might need to do a few more arrows before we... let's have a look at our rep, right? I think that one was for Citizens for Prosperity, right? So maybe when we become an applicant for Citizens for Prosperity, that's when we get access to some bigger ships. Fun fact, says Acorn. Because that fight most likely has a urine filtration... What? Because that fight most likely has a urine filtration recycling system on board, and the ship was definitely flown in the past, a bit of what you salvaged is urine. You are munching piss. You'll be a box monkey on the claimer, Motherfig. Maybe we should try and... I think I've set up Discord. I think there's a little bit of messing about on the stream deck that I need to do. All right, let's go have a bit of a look around, hey? Interesting that there's a bit of a Corsair out here. But yes, oh, open the door. Okay. But yes, Motherfig, we'll need box monkeys. Oh, goodness me. My EVA skills are not good. Size 2 Badger. Let's go take all these things. We're out here, ladies and gentlemen, for just the chill vibes. We're not chasing credits. We're not chasing cash buck dollary doos. We're not trying to maximize our efficiencies. We're out here working. We're out here working. Let's chuck you in the hold. You can bounce around, my friend. I wonder if Acorn took off all these weapons. An M7A cannon. Okay, this is going to be a monster. $340 kilograms. You found it like this, Acorn? I don't know if we're going to be able to fit this in the ship. an M78 cannon. That's a size 6, right? Look how freaking big this thing is. What do you reckon? Only if I get off this doomed server, motherfig. I think we'll have to get off. I think this is going to be too big. I think this is going to cause us all sorts of problems. Sorry, Cannon. Out into space you go, my friend. Too big. Let's go inside and see what's in there. Okay, so there's no atmosphere inside here. We bumped it and it's flying away. Where is our ship? Do I not get a marker for my ship? There it is. Deep space salvage, man. CVA's not easy. Not easy for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got a problem, ladies and gentlemen. The owners of the Corsair are back. Who's here? Come on. Oh! Who was it? Who was it? Was it an NPC? Was it a player? Who was it, ladies and gentlemen? Did the pirates come? People out here killing blue-collar walkers. Lame shit. It could have been an NPC. 100% it looked like an NPC. We've been disabled in space, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's... Oh, does that mean we don't have atmosphere now? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Can I? This is amazing. I'm assuming, given that the little salvage tool station here is really small, we can't craft. We can craft a multi-tool, a Cambia light attachment, canisters. We can craft one that's actually got RMC in it or construction material. Oh, hang on. No, that's what you might need to make it. We can craft fuses. Okay, so I can't craft a like a big multi-tool or something like that. Okay, so the Cambio SRT canister I can make out of recycled material, RMC. I can make an empty one out of construction material. Hang on, wait. SRT canister empty. Cambio SRT. Oh, that's a Cambio light. Cambio SRT out of construction material or recycle. Okay, so you can use either construction material or recycled material composite to make stuff, hey? If I'm in an asteroid cluster that it's an NPC, yeah, it was totally an NPC. 100% an NPC. A gun that big in a bay that small. Here in America, we call that concealed carry. It uses a bit of both, does it, Rhino? Come on, I thought we'd fixed this nonsense of zooming in at the same time as scrolling. I think we got to right click, right? Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, so the Cambio Light SRT attachment uses a bit of both. The canister just uses either recycled material, or you can make an empty one out of construction materials. We can make some fuses. We need both for the fuses. So maybe that Corsair that was out here was also attacked by the by NPCs. And second you leave, you get attacked by an NPC. I know, man. Disappointing. Now, we can, right? You are able to repair a soft death ship, right? Isn't that what the whole SRV was for? You can tow them to a station, drop them on a pad. And be able to repair them? Is that not working? Silas, how are you, my friend? Incoherent screaming? Was I incoherently screaming? Oh, the day in the life of a salvager. We're out on our maiden salvage journey, and we get ambushed in the asteroids. You can't repair them. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. I thought that was the whole point of the SRV, right? To tow like a soft death ship back to a repair port. Oh, you just repaired your Go XLR audio interface? How's it going? Obviously not well. All right, so what's the plan, ladies and gentlemen? Obviously, the ship has thus therefore been destroyed. No one put some skin back on and saved some cost for repair. The point of the SRV was to make money off us. The SRV's main use, you think, at the moment, Potato, is to pull ships away from hot zones and scrap them? Day in the life of an amateur salvager. I know. Every noob's got to start somewhere. It's all good, is it, Silas? The USB connector was mangled. Needed to put a new one in. Well, I hope it went well. Yeah, there's that ship. I think that's that ship flying around over there, yeah? Well, there's the component that we were trying to bring back. I wonder if the hopper still works. You botched the first attempt and had to desolder the newly put connector, check all pads, joints, and redo the whole process. It's time to go salvage the salvager. Yep. Wonder if I can get my box of salvage out of here. Depot. Eject. Oh, it's filling the box. We get 1 box of salvage, ladies and gentlemen, from our little arrow. Yes. Box of salvage. I like that. Because obviously there's no atmosphere, right? We're in 0G, so the box, just gets chucked out and then just starts floating off. That's amazing. All right, where's Acorn? It's 3.2 kilometers away. Let's go. We'll take our box with us. It's time to abandon Colin. Oh, can we snap it to the grid? We can. The grid still works. Amazing. All right. Now the grid works. All right, let's take our box. Oh, goodness me. I think I lost my box. Acorn came upon us like a tornado. Ripped my box out of my hand. I think we lost the box. Box is lost. It's a lost box. It's a lost box. Acorn yeeted it. It's gone, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go fall into this hangar and hopefully we don't break a leg. We're in. The box was denied entrance. No cargo allowed on board. Fire extinguishers. Oh, fuses. Need some of these. Jump drive system. I haven't taken anything out of the ship, man. I haven't taken anything out of the ship. Just wandering around. More fuses on this side. People in there working away, doing things. Okay, so that's the hangar. That's the hangar that we landed in. Okay, so one at the back, one on both sides. And we'll come back to here, actually. Let's go through here. And then we'll go left. Access way. Should be a door here. Lovely. And then another hangar entrance on the left, yeah? Yes. Okay. And this goes to the aft of the ship. Medical on the port side. Let's jump into a med bed for a little bit. Alright, let me jump back over here, see what's gone on in Discord. So I had this set up. That turns that off. And then I've got, I think I had Discord set up on Fader A. Then I need to set up on the stream deck here. Let me see if I can get Discord sorted out. Where do I want to go? Oh, anywhere, Acorn. Anywhere's good, man. Anywhere's good. We'll get ourselves another ship. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get Discord sorted out. You may need to retract your offer of a box monkeying due to hunger and an imminent arrival of a 4070. Yes, sir. Why can't I open the stream deck? Okay, here we go. I want to add... why is nothing working over here now? I'm a professional. Oh God, I watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off the other day. It was so much fun. It's just a little laggy. Okay, so that mutes me on Discord, that deafens Discord, and mutes my microphone. This fader here will adjust Discord volume to the stream, but to the stream and to me. Adjust it to should be able to. Oh no, I can't. Metaphysical Bravo, how are you, my friend? Good evening, 07s. Alright, let's go look on starboard and see what's over there. Escape pods, emergency access, weapons, turret access on the port. Let's go to starboard and see what's over here. It was 550 pounds refurbished, hey? Brig's on starboard, is it? Who wants to see Crouch in the brig? We're doing this, are we? Sometimes the refurbished ones are better than the stock ones. Always go secondhand, man. Bro, you died. You shot me. You killed me, man. I was trying to hide in an escape tunnel. Incap is bugged as shit right now. No more incapping people, hey? I'm putting them in the brig. Oh no! I respawned twice. Yeah, now's a good time to change servers. Oh, but then we miss out on all the fun. Funnily enough, you respawned where I was going to drop you off, so I just expedited your arrival. It's true. So we're at checkmate, that's what it said, yeah? Checkmate, yeah? Wonder why I respawned at checkmate. I have noticed now, sort of, whenever I've been respawning lately, I've been respawning sort of at the closest sort of facility. It's time for a crunchy slam. Yeah, I think so. Oh, and we can span these delivery missions. 26k, man, to go get a box from downstairs and come and put it on the shelf here. There's a bug that takes you to the nearest clinic. I like that. You know, I don't think it, you know, if that's a bug, I think that they should keep that bug. Make it a feature, you know. I guess, you know, they could put in like a preferred respawn point, right? Which you pay a regular fee for. How they do payment of regular fees and all that sort of stuff, I'm not sure. You know, do you do it in real world time? Do you do it every time you log on? Do you do it a certain number of game hours? You know, that sort of stuff. You know, I figure it would be probably game hours, right? That makes sense to do it in game hours. I'm just trying to think of other MMOs that have like regular expenses that happen, and they generally happen sort of in game hours, and you'd get a warning sort of saying, you know, in the next 15 minutes of real world time, which might be 2 hours in game, you know, you've got this amount of money due. That, you know, your imprint insurance is due for renewal. So, you know, it might be, you know, what, every 1 week in game time. I think the game operates, what, 6 times faster? So 6 minutes in real life is 1 minute in the game or something like that. And so you get a fairly long play session, right? Let's just say it was every 24 hours of game time, which would therefore be, what, every 6 hours? I don't know. That you know, your insurance, your imprint insurance gets deducted from your wallet. And if you didn't have imprint insurance, then you'd still be able to revive, but at the closest station. And maybe for a cost. All right, so we should now be able to go to the cargo deck. We'll get ourselves a couple of abrade modules. This doesn't look like the way to the lifts. Transit hangars, maybe it is. we'll pick up the abrade modules that we need. Cargo deck. Refinery deck. All right, let's go to the refinery deck. What does that say? Ship dealer. Ship dealer?
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters.
For not changing servers. Well, at the moment, everything seems to be okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Motherfig gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slam Squad Sexy Potatoes role. Enjoy the Tim Tams. Motherfig gifted a tier 1 sub to Sexy Potatoes role. They have given 13 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Motherfig. You're a legend, man. You're an absolute legend. What's happening, Jason? Is logged out of frustration. You rage quit. I was flying around for ages. You're trying to do some sort of intro quest, hey? It's a dumb quest. Now I need to know what this quest is. I missed it. Sorry, Jason. Let me see if I can find it. You were trying to do the Wicklow missions, but I've given up because stuff it if I can find the Tundra. Oh my god! Yeah, they're a bit frustrating, but once you come along a good patch...
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters.
In real life, get in the way of your proper job. I'm a real streamer. Go to KH3, look for the big flat area and go around the edge of it. That's what I was that's where I was going. I have everything else I need to log back in though. It is frustrating trying to find them. Yeah, like Rhino says, the worst part of the Wicklow missions is the fact you got to do a line of mine to get the good stuff. Yeah, you know, I don't really like how they've like tied it into the Hathor locations. It kind of is a very linear approach and forces you into that gameplay. This refinery is sweet. It forces you into that gameplay. Did Motherfig's fine play? I heard it. Did you guys not hear the fine from Motherfig? You heard it, Jason? Never been to a refinery here in Pyro. I kind of feel at the moment a little bit like I did when I first started playing. And, you know, I was expecting more than what the game had at that stage. And so, you know, I was checking out all these monitors. I was looking at it, you know, walking around everywhere. And then, you know, once you've played the game for a little bit of time, you realize that, you know, 5% of any location, you know, is all you really need to go to. There's no need to, you know, go running around everywhere and looking at everything. And, you know, there's nothing over there. And, you know, it's all just set dressing for, you know, who knows what will happen in the future. But, you know, I remember coming up trying to click on all these buttons and, you know, find things to do and... All right, let's find the refinery, hey? Checking all these things. Oh, what can I do? Refinery deck. Okay. Refinement center. Ore sales. Let's go down into the little shop. Hello, shop people. You looking for things too? I'm also looking for things. Shop terminal.
What can I get you today?
Can't install COD. Million years, Star Citizen. Welcome, my friend. New name on Twitch. Haven't seen you before. Hope you're well. I mean, there's a lot more wrong with Wicklow in general than just the missions. It's frustrating. It's lovely to see, but you know, like everything that's implemented into Star Citizen, it's frustrating. There's nothing over there yet. Hence all the stuff that does nothing and doors going nowhere. All right, let's have a look. Boy, we need ourselves. I'm assuming it's going to be. There's not going to be a section called salvage, of course. Why would there be? It's probably going to be under mining laser heads, isn't it? Nope. Okay, let's go to all categories. No more braid modules. Let's check the cargo deck. Hello. Let's go to the cargo deck. You just wish the ID didn't see Jar Jar Binks and go, yes, that, but he sells stuff. You think he looks like Jar Jar Binks? I think he talks a little bit like Jar Jar Binks, but you know, he does not look like him. It is, my friends, almost time. You're heading back to Stanton, Acorn? Okay, buddy. It is almost time to see if the good old crunchy is slammable. No, that's the wrong button. Don't get out here, Crouch. That's the entrance. So we shall take DOS but 1 minute to make ourselves another hot chocolate. The second hot chocolate. Obviously starting the stream with the good old Tim Tam Slam as we do here at After Dark. This looks like a cargo deck. The king of all biscuits. Followed up by the flake. Slammable, but you know, not amazing. Now, I don't hold out much hope for the good old crunchy. We shall find out in doth but 1 minute. I shall leave you all in suspense. Aussies flexing their snacks. We got the best snacks. We got the best snacks. All right, I shall be back in just but a minute. Hello, Tom Swift. I'll be back in just a minute, mate. All right. Cold for the crunchy, you reckon, Acorn? No, we got to go warm. We're gonna go warm because we might do two. What do we have in line? We had the crunchy and the always delicious cherry ripe, ladies and gentlemen. The cherry ripe. Okay. So whilst we wait for that hot chocolate to become hot, let's have a bit of a look here at the commodity trader. Does the commodity trader, hello, have any braid? armor. Okay, we might need to go down to the shops. Let's have a look at the cargo shop. Might need to go to the Stanton Gateway, hey? Okay. We've got an unfair advantage of actually being able to buy them. What, good snacks? Can't install? Where are you from, mate? You can't get good snacks there? Mr. Tom Swift, how are you, my friend? Joining us on YouTube. How's the verse treating you? Not too bad. Not too bad. We're just out here, blue-collar worker, dressed in some heavy armor with a chest strapped full of grenades, trying to do some salvage. Now, we did come across our first claim, and we did manage to salvage our first claim, but then I got all distracted by investigating another ship that was in the area, and we got jumped by some asteroid dwellers, an NPC, who incapacitated the ship. And, but luckily, Mr. Dark Acorn, the Stream Angel, was in the area. Oh yes, before that we ran out of fuel again in deep space. And once again, deep space rescue on behalf of the Stream Angel. But it's been good. The server is stuffed, as Rhino mentions over on Twitch. The server is absolutely stuffed. But yet I have refused to leave. You know how we do things here at After Dark. You know, we're suckers for punishment here. Suckers for punishment. Shops. I don't know if these are the type of shops. These are not the shops I'm looking for. Medical. Contested zones. Habs. All right, I think we might need to get out of here. Maybe back to the gateway, like Rhino was saying. All right. The contemplation continues, ladies and gentlemen. I should be back in a minute. Let me get that hot chocolate, and we'll see. I don't hold out much hope for the crunch. So we're gonna have to do these in 2 lots, right? Because I can't drink 5 hot chocolates. We did at the beginning of the stream, the good old Tim Tam and the Flake. So this time, I think we should do the crunchy and the cherry ripe. Calypsia, good morning. How are you, my friend? Thank you for joining us there on the old Twitcheroo. What have you missed? You missed me running out of fuel again in the deep space, being rescued by the Stream Angel. Obviously, you missed the Tim Tam Slam at the beginning of the stream, followed by our first contender, the Flake. can it be slammed like a Tim Tam? You missed the Stream Angel, Mr. Dark Acorn rescuing us from our deep space running out of fuel. We picked up our first salvage contract to start doing a little bit of salvage. We managed to salvage ourselves an anvil arrow. And then we got attacked by an NPC while I was out investigating another ship that was nearby, trying to pinch some of its components and stuff. And then there was a small altercation aboard Acorn's Polaris after he came to rescue me yet again, where there was some chat in the chat about him putting me in the brig, so I armed up. And just, out of jest, I saw him coming around the corner. I let him pass, and so I let off a couple of shots of my rifle. And then he armed up, and then there was a small fight. I tried to run away, didn't know my way around the ship, got stuck in a little escape hatch, and then an Acorn popped around the corner and killed me. There was an attempted mutiny. Crouch opened fire on the captain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you know how it is. The crunchy. It doesn't need the introduction that the legendary, the one and only, the given and gifted by God, Tim Tam requires. The crunchy, though, my friends. It is a little chunk of honeycomb wrapped in chocolate. Now, just like the Tim Tam and all the other chocolate treats in the stream this evening, we need to make this biscuit, this snack, this chocolate, this treat, somehow work like a straw. Now, just as we would if this was a Tim Tam, we're going to bite off a little bit of each of the opposite corners and thus, therefore, expose the honeycomb while retaining the chocolate on the outside, which is going to be the outside of our straw. And in theory, you can then use that chocolate biscuit straw to slurp up your favorite drink. Now, my friends, this is the good old Tim Tam Slam, but with a crunchy. I'm not holding out much hope. The honeycomb, obviously being porous, how is it going to fare? Oh, honeycomb, man. Mm. I'm going to make a prediction here that this doesn't work at all. Oh my God. I can't even suck through it. Very, very slightly. It's not going to work, folks. Oh my God, it's fucking amazing. The honeycomb just melts instantly. But oh wow. Just give me a minute. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. So I couldn't even suck through that honeycomb, but as soon as I put it in the hot chocolate and started to suck through it, the honeycomb just melted and the whole thing became just a shell. There's nothing else in the crunchy, kind of like the flakes. Flakes are just pure chocolate, right? There's no biscuit or anything inside the crunchy that then becomes soft and gooey and mushy and, you know, delicious. But I was really believing, pay out the doubters, I was really believing that that wouldn't work at all. But the honeycomb just melted instantly, and you could see a huge big void inside the chocolate. But none of the other honeycomb, it didn't become chewy or anything. It was still super crunchy. It's a crunchy. Wow. Okay. Okay. The crunchy is slammable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, was it shit crunchy? Use a proper one. cherry ripe. Now the cherry ripe. Does it actually say on here what's inside a cherry ripe outside of cherries? The big cherry taste. Does it have a little byline on there? It does. Luscious cherries and coconut in old gold rich dark chocolate. The cherry. Brought to you by Cadbury's. Luscious cherries and coconut in old gold rich dark chocolate. Made in Australia from imported and local ingredients. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This one I don't think is going to work at all. It's just too full of gooiness. I don't think this is going to work at all. Oh wow, feels like it's got some rum or something in it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work at all, folks. Nah. Not at all. It doesn't work at all. The cherry ripe, one of the best chocolate snacks on the planet. Oh, the Aesop terminals have gone a little bit skew-if. Motherfig was using beer to do the slams. Amazing. All right, so we've got two more contenders. The Kit Kat, which of course is going to work, and the Twirl. Both of those strong contenders. Stone Ravers medium hanger. No, I want my hanger, please. Both of which are going to work. And in the interest of saving time and preventing me from having to drink 400 more hot chocolates, we did say we were going to leave the 12 for last because I'm 100% sure that's going to work. The Kit Kat. Now, we've got a challenge here, right? Because the Kit Kat obviously comes in breakable fingers, yeah? Now, there's a risk that if I break these two fingers apart, it's going to leave a hole in one side. Well, I guess and then I can just use the other one. Ha! Problem solved. Look at that. It just broke perfectly fine. Ha! Just do it, folks, and find out. That's what life's about. Wafers wrapped in chocolate. This is going to be amazing. Wafers with a little bit of nougat in it, and then it's all wrapped up in chocolate. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It fucking doesn't work. It doesn't work. Nah. What the hell? What? How? What does this have inside it? Smooth milk chocolate and crispy wafer. It started to work and then it just stopped. It's like it plugged itself. It's like whatever is inside here melted and then just stopped. You couldn't suck through it anymore. Man. The good old Tim Tam, folks. Let's have a quick Tim Tam. Let's have a quick Tim Tam now. My friends. What is a Tim Tam? It is the king of all treats. 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. And it's all wrapped up in golden chocolate. And yes, your assumptions would be correct. We are going to use this God-given biscuit like a straw. It is the king of the slammable biscuits. We're going to bite off the opposite corners. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit. We're going to slurp up our favorite hot drink. It could be beer. It could be hot chocolate, hot coffee, tea, a nice cup of hot spiced rum. As long as it's hot, it's going to melt the inside of this biscuit. It's going to turn it into a gooey, delicious, chocolatey treat. We're going to put it in our mouth, sometimes also known as your laughing gear. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be legendary. And it shall form the partnership with this twirl to the end of tonight's slam off. Which chocolate biscuits can be slammed? Which ones will be the best? And do any dethrone the legendary Tim Tam? I don't think it's possible. Oh my God. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Let's get ourselves a vessel. Well, we should have done this ages ago because now we've got to freaking wait for a claim. But that gives us time, folks. 3 minutes to be precise. A little bit less by the time. Oh, wait. Hey, it's being delivered. Now, this is unusual. Waiting delivery. Let's expedite this claim. Let's wrap up our slam off with some surprises. That freaking Kit Kat. Unfreaking believable. The twirl. It is a flake in disguise. And how has it been disguised? By wrapping it in yet more chocolate. However, we have a problem here, folks. A potential issue. But it may not be, because as we all know, a twirl is just a flake wrapped in chocolate. See? It's like a twirl, it's just completely wrapped in chocolate. However, the bottom of this twirl has holes in it. Now, that would normally be an issue, but because this is just rolled chocolate, it might still have it's just falling apart. It still might have some ways for the hot chocolate to get to us. I can change servers while I wait. All right, let's go. I'm not confident, folks. It doesn't work. Just like the twirl. Oh my God! It gets melty. It's melting. Oh, fuck. I should have put it in my laughing gear quicker. Okay. It's enough chocolate. Holy crap. The twirl. It doesn't have, because of all of its cavities, it doesn't act like a normal straw. You're just basically slurping liquid out of the glass. So we did manage to get some hot chocolate. It did manage to dissolve the biscuit, or dissolve or melt the chocolate. But it was just chocolate. Unlike the Tim Tam, which has the biscuits inside it, which get all gooey and soft and delicious. Oh man. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die in a minute. It didn't. The flake, yes, it worked, kind of. Yes, the twirl worked, kind of. But again, they were just melted chocolate. The crunchy was a huge surprise. You know, we did try and have a sneaky inhale through that crunchy. And it was very, very difficult until the hot chocolate just instantly evaporated the honeycomb on the inside. Huge surprise. The cherry ripe, no surprise. It's too gooey, too mushy. You know, nothing, no good. Now, the big surprise from tonight's Slam Off, the Kit Kat. I really thought that the biscuit, the wafer inside would melt, but it just melted. I got a little bit of hot chocolate, and then it melted, and it just sort of plugged up the biscuit. And there really can't be any debate. The Tim Tam is the one and only king so far of the slammable biscuits. Just unbelievably, it's gooey, delicious. You know, it's melted chocolate biscuits. It's melted chocolate. I mean, the chocolate on the inside of the biscuit is it's kind of like a bit of a fudgy sort of chocolate. It's already a little bit melted. It's just, oh my God, it's just so good. It's so good. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's climb aboard Colin version 2, Colin 22. The good old Drake Vulture will head off on another salvage mission. So far, unsuccessfully been able to replace our salvage heads with some braids, but we have a new vessel, Colin 22. Rip Column, left in the asteroid belt next to the Corsair we were investigating. Let's pick ourselves up. Another contract. Next week, spring roll time. What's going on, motherfucker? You gotta fit that card later? Something's going on. Oh, boy. All right, let's get ourselves another contract. Not what I would normally be doing in terms of salvage, you know, these sorts of contracts. But again, from the perspective of being a fresh, wide-eyed, straight out of, you know, college salvage and reclamation professor, we're going to go out and do ourselves a couple of contracts. Where doth the money lie, folks? Obviously, we all know it's not in doing these contracts. Let's go. But we were trained and taught in college, in the our space academy, that all salvage is useful, that all salvage can be reclaimed and repurposed for the UEE. And it is our role as responsible citizens to make sure that every anvil arrow is salvaged. Let's go, folks. Maybe we'll find some panels and stuff after this and fill up an actual ship. I'm gonna have a chocolate coma, rude boy, if I continue with this gluttony. It is over. It is over, ladies and gentlemen. The Slam Off, round 1. Some surprise contenders in there. Very interesting. All right, we shall not linger here long. I think we're gonna scrape the ship. We're gonna dismantle it. We're gonna vacuum it up, and we're gonna move on. There will be no loitering, no lingering, no waiting for NPCs to come and give us some grief. I'd love to know why my voice attack's not working. I'd love to know why it's not recognizing the microphone. Obviously something I've done in the continual tweaking of the new Rodecaster Duo. seems to have fixed the audio issues that we've been having over the last couple of streams. No one's mentioned anything about an echo. You know, I now have control of the different audio sources on the stream cube. So we can fade out, for example, the music. We can just drop that out. But it has seemed to create a little bit of an issue with the microphone on the gaming rig not being recognized by voice attack. Even though Windows can recognize my mic, voice attack for some reason seems to be having a problem. Let's get some lights on. Let's get ourselves into some SCM mode. It doesn't seem to be any issues with this arrow. It seems to be perfectly fine. But you know, we've been sent out here by Citizens for Prosperity to bring back whatever materials we can so that they can forge a new, water generator for one of their outposts. Actually, what we can do, let's just switch one of those to an abrade, given that we've got one abrade. Oh, hang on. Now I can only use one at a time. How have I done that? How have I done that? Interesting situation. Now I can't turn them off. I can turn one on and one off. Let's put that away. We're professionals here, ladies and gentlemen. We're professionals. Okay, here we go. Turn it off and turn it back on again. It's universal, even in the future. Oh dear Lord. Did it hang on, okay. Don't know what that was about. Gotta get out here and do your job quickly. Don't think we can put up much of a fight. What do we have? 2 size 2s? Or are they size 1s? 2 size 1s? I think we got 2 size 1s, yeah? Don't think we're going to be doing much fighting with those. Reminds me of that line from one of the episodes of Hornblower, where he says, "We won't put up any fight, we shall run." Okay. Oh, W. Press the button, disintegrate this beast. Okay, right click to enter destruction mode. Disintegration mode. Yes, sir. Here we go. Jobbing is complete. Earning ourselves some infamy, folks. We're known far and wide in the salvage community. We need a flush system so we can remove the small amount of RMC and construction material left in the buffer. Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. All right. What offers are on the table? Another anvil arrow. There's a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Hey, a local resident discovered a damaged anvil arrow and was able to tow it to an asteroid cluster near an outlaws. Oh, before any outlaws intervened. I thought this said near some outlaws. I was like, I'm not doing that.
Fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
This fine is dedicated to not everyone being as awesome as Dark Acorn. He just found the RMC box. He's returned. He's returned to the scene of the crime. Can fit 32 boxes of salvage in the fortune. I did like the fortune. Easy to get max construction material due to being able to get closer to the wreck. The fortune was fun. I enjoyed using the fortune. All right. Let us continue on our merry way. This one's not too far away. There's a lot of junk out here in this area of space. Let's go. Did we get one SCU of RMC from that anvil? I think we might have. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually really glad that the coil in that vape needed to be replaced, and I haven't done it yet, and so it tastes absolutely foul. And so it's quite nice and fitting that the last tank of juice I'm going to vape tastes like crap. Because that will be the last thing I remember. That last tank of juice tasted foul, and that, you know, I can't easily get new filters or coils and stuff for it. It's going to be quite nice to become a regular old-fashioned air breather. Another perfectly good-looking arrow. Was it chicken juice flavored? Tasted foul. Funny, man. Funny. Alright, so we need to go back to Alt S to bring this back up. It's going to be quite nice. Get my bike out the back all serviced and cleaned up. Start doing some riding, start doing some running. That's how I quit last time, is that every time I was just in a mood, I'd strap on my shoes, which I need to get some new ones, and just go for a little jog. And then the endorphins from that little jog would outweigh the cravings. This next week, though, is going to be tough. It's going to be difficult, but I shall persevere. Because in 7 years, my friends, when I round the southern tip of Australia, I'll go around Tassie, around the southwest Cape, and then up the east coast of Australia, up the New South Wales coast, up the Queensland coast, over through the reef, spend some time up there in the far north, then cross the ditch over to New Zealand, then up New Zealand, and out into the Pacific Islands. I shall be fit and healthy, and life shall be even more wonderful than it already is. And along that entire journey, my friends, I shall be able to breathe. the wonderful, beautiful, clean air of this amazing and wonderful world we live in. Look at this, 2.3 SEU. Let's go. All right, so Alt W, fracture mode enabled. Let's fracture the ship. Imagine Woolies rotisserie chicken flavored vape. Oh. All right, right click to enter disintegration. We got pieces floating off into space. It's too far away. Let's chase it down. Let's see if Crouch can get the bonus SCU. Nah. We don't need no bonuses here, man. .1. All right, that looks like we've gobbled up everything here. Yes, sir. Okay, Alt S to go back. Why are our Hergequettlers still fandangling like that? All right, let's turn that off. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Contracts, offers, salvage. Another anvil arrow ready to dismantle. Pay our 1,000 credit fee for our salvage claim. Gonna have to at some stage, I suppose. Pop in for a little bit of fuel. I guess that's a note. If you're going to do a job, do it properly. Well, you know, this is how everybody learns. Fresh out of college, you start doing your first couple of salvage contracts, and then you meet that grizzly old, you know, long-beard salvage dude who just lives in his salvager. You know, Crouch, you don't know nothing about this job. Let's go. And that grizzly old man, he tells you all the secrets. Takes you under his wing. And then one day you accidentally bump into his ship and scratch a little bit. And then he loses it and murders you out in the middle of the black. And that's it, folks. That's it. That's the end of your story. The journey is over. You won't get anything above 1K missions, forever doing arrows. That's all we need to do. That's all we need to do. This is our task, this is our assignment. This, my friends, is our lot in life. We're a lowly citizen out here in Pyro, trying to make our way in the verse. And if the next 40 years of our life are spent salvaging arrows, then we either need to be happy with that, or we need to choose ourselves a new profession. Or we go off-grid, we go rogue, we go contractor style, we go fishing through space for whatever salvage we can find, we go flying through asteroid clusters looking for, you know, long forgotten panels ripped off of space stations that have been hurtling through space for hundreds of years and have come to lie, waiting to be discovered by the budding salvage enthusiast. But we're not at that level. We don't possess that knowledge. We're bright-eyed and budding, fresh out of the academy, of salvage and reclamation engineers. We know not yet that deep space offers us far better bounty. Panels with as much salvage as we could imagine. Vessels left abandoned, lying dormant. We are fresh, brand new, paying for our salvage claims. Clean up the server, not add to it. Oh man, there's nothing we can do to make the servers run better, man. As long as there's completely, fully intact freelancers under the surface. That's a CIG problem. Let's go. Gobbled. 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 It's only 3 pieces? Only 3 pieces? What did we miss? Ladies and gentlemen, maybe we gobbled 2 pieces at the same time. There's naught left here but darkness and desolation. Alright, let's put those away. Let's collapse our salvage heads. Heck, while you're out there, you might even come across a recently attacked vulture. This is very true. The wreck of Colin. Maybe we should go help clean up one of these little settlements. Scrap salvage at Rustville. Clear Sunset Mesa of salvage. Clear Yang's Place of salvage. Clear Sunset Mesa of salvage. No unverified contract. There's a wreck near me, is there? Let's have a look. Do we, ladies and gentlemen, risk the wrath of the NPCs? I don't think we're in an asteroid cluster. Unlike the first wreck. What is this vessel out here in open space? Sakoni. The doors open, partly eaten. Let's get to work. Really would love that abrade. That second abrade right now would be absolutely delicious. But when we head into checkmate, we'll not checkmate, the gateway. We'll see what we can pick up to upgrade column 22. Free salvage. It's going to be so much fun once I get to the point where I'm happy with the second edition of A Life Uncharted. I've actually made it a lot easier for Argo now to do more of this sort of activity, but obviously at the cost of how much he actually earns from these sorts of activities, until he builds up his reputation with the guilds, right? I'm really looking forward to season 2 of A Life Uncharted. We're still a good couple of weeks away from having written enough of it to go, okay, look, we can start to play test this now. But Argo out there in space, salvaging, doing some rock mining, building his infamy, building his guild reputation. And not necessarily unlocking things to do, but obviously he needs to do a little bit to gain access to those activities, but more so, grinding through his reputation levels so that he gets to keep more of the spoils. So he can still do a whole bunch of these sorts of activities. Oh, damn it. He can still do a whole bunch of these sorts of activities, but he just doesn't get to keep all the cash buck dollary dues. I forget. My depth perception with this frickin' vulture is so bad. Where's the ship wash? I need to get my raft cleaned up. That's a job for Argo, man. Washing people's ships. It's also the biggest ship you can fracture. Yeah, I was thinking about that before. What's the biggest ship the Vulture can fracture? Because I know that they're limited, right, in the size of their ability, their strength, their power. Just, power washing away the material. I need to get my mouse set up so that I can put the ship into gimbaled mode, because controlling the gimbals, or controlling the salvage heads whilst I'm in gimbaled mode with the sticks is really, really difficult, because the sticks are always trying to recenter themselves, so you always have to apply pressure, and it just makes it difficult in gimbaled mode to do that. It feels really unnatural, whereas with the mouse I think it would be much, much easier. I mean, it is different. I don't know. I don't know if I enjoy being in gimbaled mode more or less. I think with the mouse it would be much easier. Think you're gonna go salvaging clips here? It is super fun, super chill. Let's get those gimbals back on. Let's get that recentered. Let's turn them off. There's a huge difference, isn't there, between being in gimbaled mode and non-gimbaled. Yeah, you do the gimbals with your mouse. Yeah, I need to set up my mouse for some reason. I don't know why the mouse doesn't work. You know, I've obviously done something and switched it off at some stage, or I vaguely remember, you know, disabling the mouse for all ship-related things. And I don't remember how I did it. I don't remember how to reactivate it. I don't know why. I don't know why I did it. But now I kind of wish that I had access to the mouse. Because as much as I love flying with my sticks, this sort of activity would be better with the mouse. And tour braids. I do have to say though, is, you know, normally, you know, as people have been saying in the chat, when I go salvaging, I just go out there looking for panels. But this has been quite nice, actually, salvaging some ships. It's a bit different, you know, change of scenery. And obviously we came out here for a different reason. We already salvaged that anvil. And as much as I had intended just to, play the story, just, grind through the missions, it is quite nice just to come across the ship just laying out here and give it a little bit of a scrape. We're not a professional. Just out here playing some Star Citizen, killing some time, having some fun, having a bit of a chat. Fell through the hangar elevator. No. That happened to me a couple of days ago. Oh, a couple of weeks ago maybe. Running out to my ship to go board it. And just fell straight through the hangar floor. Micah and me aren't happy. So when the circle's full and it says 100%, right, that means there's still 100% of material on the hull to scrape, yeah? Because I've noticed that some sections of the hull seem to be much thicker than others and take a little bit longer to, burn through. Technically, falling through an elevator is an elevation change. Success. A couple of months ago, I wanted to open a door. My character thought it was a door. My character thought it wasn't a door, but a chair, and sat in it. He was stuck in a door. Emily, that's amazing. That's amazing. My stream sounds a lot better today. Well, that's good to hear. I have made some modifications to the duo. The only problem now is that my voice attack doesn't recognize the microphone anymore. And so sadly, there is no Atreyu to keep us company, to plot courses for us, to contact landing services, to, activate our cruise control, to target hostile ships. So that's the next and hopefully final hurdle of our audio adventures here at After Dark, of the transition from using Voice Potato over to the Rodecaster Duo. But I'm glad that it's sounding much better. Obviously, we've sorted out somehow the intermittent echo that we've had in the past. I need a real breathing co-pilot. I do. That's the next thing I need to get sorted out is just make sure I've got everything set up for Discord, so that Discord works and I can manage it, efficiently through the Stream Deck and Duo. So, we can get back to doing some stuff on Discord. We're gimbaled. That's why I can't turn the ship. And get back into some group activities. That's been the biggest reason why I haven't, because I need to be able to control the audio, and because at the moment, it hasn't until recently been easy to control both the streaming PC and the gaming PC at the same time, because I don't have the room on my desk here for 2 different keyboards and 2 different mices. And so I've been using a switcher that the keyboard and the mouse are plugged into, and then that switcher is plugged into both of the PCs, and I simply press the button to change it between the 2 computers. And sometimes that doesn't really work properly. It causes glitches, but I do now have at least 1 mouse set up for each computer, and I need to just modify my desk a little bit here. I've got some scrap melamine out the back which I just want to cut up and then screw onto the desk here, so I can add some more real estate to add a second keyboard, and that will make things much easier. Oh god, because being able to control Discord while I'm streaming easily, either mute myself to Discord, lower the Discord, or raise the Discord volume, deafen Discord, all that sort of stuff, so I can have control of it while I'm streaming, is kind of important, right? At the end of the day, I'm still streaming, right? I'm here to have a chat with the chat, and obviously when we're having group activities and we've got Discord happening, there's times when I need to be able to focus on Discord or on the stream, and thus therefore being able to control my audio interactions in both places is kind of important. So I don't think there's much left on this side of the ship. It could be little bits and pieces. How clean do we want to pick this chicken? You're going to play Oblivion Remaster? Or was it you saying you didn't want to taint your memories of the game? No. I'd happily replay it. I don't get a huge amount of time to play games. Obviously we only stream on the weekends. I do randomly log in during the week a little bit to, play here and there, but, not very often. And so the only time that I really get to play is, kind of like now, right? And so I either get to stream a little bit of Star Citizen and have a chat with the little community here at After Dark, or, you know, play something else, and either not stream it or pop a stream on. You know, we did a couple of KCD 2 streams. I haven't played that for weeks. I've gotten to the point now in the game where I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. The struggle is gone. And, you know, I've got so much kit and so much money that there's no struggle. And I mean, we all know how much I love A Life Uncharted because of the struggle. So, did I finish KCD 2? No. I mean, I guess I could just go in and finish it now. It'd be relatively easy. You know, my character's maxed out on pretty much everything, and, you know, I'm not really good at combat and fighting and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, I could certainly go ahead and finish it, which I probably should. I'm really bad at, you know, not finishing games. You know, when it gets to the point where things really aren't a struggle anymore, I get very bored. And I'm like, well, you know, I'm really bad with the end game of, you know, the end game phase of games. Because when you're at that point and, you know, you're super powerful and you've got heaps of cash, money, resources, or whatever, I'm just like, I don't know what the point is anymore. Never been a, you know, complete game. I need to complete the game sort of person. Mr. Ramoyne's back. How are you, my friend? Back again. Had to go out for a bit, do a stroll around the block. Doc insisted that you do some exercise. That's a good idea, man. I'm looking forward to that. And by no means is putting vaping, you know, a barrier to actually doing exercise. But it's going to be my catalyst, right? Because as I get those cravings and I'm frustrated and I'm, you know, weaning myself off. Well, not weaning, we're going cold turkey. As I'm getting over that nicotine sort of frustration and the urges, just like I did last time, it's much, much easier to deal with just to strap on my running shoes and go for a little potter around the block. Or jump onto me push bike, my bicycle, and go through a little bit of a treadle. Getting over the urge, Quetlers. That's the one. Oh boy. Remember one of my friends, Josh Crowther, he used to live with me back at the Palace when I was younger. And he was like, man, Viv, you say some of the weirdest shit. You know, because I use all these weird random words and I quite often speak gibberish and shit and you know, use words nobody understands and weird sentences. And after, I don't know, maybe 2 months, 3 months of living there, he was walking around the house singing all sorts of weird gibberish songs, using weird random words like Herge Quirtler. And I was like, I convert them all. My wife was the same. She's like, you say the weirdest shit. I'm like, yeah, I can't, you know, it's just the way things are. And now after 14 years of marriage, she says the weirdest shit as well. Oh, it's amazing. What else is left on this carcass to gobble up? I have the same favourite game, a sandbox where you start weaker than starving bandits, eventually get to a point where even an army can't really stop you anymore. And then there's still baddies to take out, but why? Yeah. I like the continual never-ending struggle. You know, which is why I love A Life Uncharted and Argo's adventures. because he never gets ahead. And if he's starting to get ahead, then I change the rules to make it more difficult for him to get ahead. Like as soon as he gets to the point where he was earning too much money from the Twitch quests, I was like, okay, well, I'm dialing back the Twitch quests. Give him a 2-hour cooldown. So he just, there were a couple of episodes where it was just quest after quest after quest. And I remember one episode where he made like 200 grand. And I was like, man, Argo can't earn 200,000 credits in a play session. That's outrageous. I already have an issue with how much money people earn in Star Citizen and how quickly you can earn money and all that sort of stuff, which is, why I never chase money. There's no reason to in Star Citizen right now. It's outside of just buying the next ship and, I don't know, do things bigger or more or who knows. But yeah, from Argo's perspective and from my own personal perspective, I really like the slow burn. I like the grind. I like months worth of gameplay to freaking buy a gold axe that makes your mining marginally better. Oh man, I don't know. I've mentioned Neverwinter Nights a few times now, and it was one of the games that I really loved playing. And I don't know if it was just that time in my life, or if it was the game, but I'm looking for that feeling again, and I haven't found it in any games that I've played, where you could just spend huge amounts of time doing the most menial activities, but it was thoroughly enjoyable. Now, I don't know if it was that, like I said, that phase of my life or the game or the people that I played with. Again, I think there were like the maximum number of players on the servers that I used to play on were 40. So you kind of, after a little while, outside of, the transient noobs and people just popping in to check out what that server was like, you get to know everybody, both on your side and both on the other side, because, quite often, there'd be, factions. So I don't know, maybe it was the community aspect of it. And I think that's why, one of the big things that I really enjoy about streaming is seeing, the familiar names in the chat and, knowing that, there's a little community of like-minded people all enjoying the same thing, doing the same thing, of somewhat of the same sort of mind about different sorts of things. Because obviously if you didn't, if you didn't see things in somewhat of a similar vein to me, then you wouldn't be here, right? You'd be watching somebody else that you gelled with. So I don't know, that's something that I really enjoy about streaming, and I'm kind of waiting for that in a game. I don't get that same feeling because there is no need. There's so much you can do in Star Citizen by yourself that there's no need to have to engage with other people. Whereas the servers that I played on, way back in the early 2000s on Neverwinter Night, it was so difficult. You couldn't play that game by yourself. You needed other people. And now, I don't want Star Citizen to be like that. I mean, obviously, if I wanted to go do Hathor stuff, then yeah, I'd need to team up with people and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. I'm conflicting. I'm making conflicting statements here because I really do enjoy just chilling out and just doing random shit in this game. I don't know. Maybe I'm fulfilling that part through streaming. I don't actually have to play with other people, but I still get to communicate and enjoy the game. And I don't know. But I must say that Star Citizen is absolutely amazing and a completely different experience when you're playing with other people. So I'll spend a bit more time this week getting my audio completely tweaked. And jump onto Discord during the week a little bit and try and get that all set up. Try and figure out why my white mic's not working on the gaming computer anymore. And then we will finally after probably a year, be able to get back into doing some Friday night community activities, which is what we used to do on Fridays back when I was streaming during the week and stuff, and Fridays for a very short time before I took a hiatus was our community night. All right, back to the chat. That's enough of a monologue. Here we are gifting our subs, and he was raised in a palace. It wasn't exactly a palace, but my friends called it the palace. Those were good days. Emily, you have the favourite, you have the same in your favourite game? Sandbox where you start week? Okay, yeah, we read the bit. Madness often follows living living in a mansion, unfortunately. Nobody lives in a mansion. Emily, you just flew by to say hi. Off again to make dinner. Have a nice stream. Well, thank you so much. Probably long gone. I've been monologuing for a while. Appreciate you, Emily. Appreciate everyone who's tuned in tonight. I feel, like I say at every stream, I really am so fortunate, so blessed, very privileged to be able to sit here and play this stupid game and just ramble and you know, talk and interact with people in chat and, you know, share my opinions and my feedback and just, you know, spend some time naffing about, man. It's taking a long time to fill up this hopper. You know, we'd have cleared a patch of panels already. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're just out here scraping ourselves some salvage. We'll go clear the hopper in a minute. So the hopper is shared, right, between the RMC and the construction material, yeah? So I guess we're going to spit out boxes of both RMC and construction material, yeah? I don't know why they call it RMC. It would make way more sense if it was RCM. Because it is essentially a recycled composite material. Recycled material composite? Doesn't make any sense to me. All right, let's go empty the hopper. Money has a purpose in Star Citizen. You need money so you can make money faster. CT, you and your partner have picked up so many of each other's weird sayings. You love it so much, yeah. Ooh. Let's go. So I've got 10 SC of RMC and 2 of construction material. Sweet, sweet. Sweet auto eject on. Rana, you haven't found a game that hits like SWG, Star Wars Galaxy, did back in the pre-published 9 days? You don't see the game in the same vein as me, Crouch. You just know you're accident prone and like rescuing you. Well, I appreciate you being here, Acorn. If you focus on the salvaging heads on the Vulture, it looks like you're buffing the ship. Hello! Star Wars Galaxy. Hey, Rhino, you had to rely on doctors and entertainers for buffs. I think that's one of the things that, you know, I guess we just need to wait and see where Star Citizen goes. But, you know, the lack of interaction with either players or NPCs that have a benefit outside of doing things by yourself, like buffs and debuffs and all that sort of stuff. You know, it's noticeable, right? Sounds like military jargon. They always say stuff like truck combat instead of combat truck. Yeah. What it is, and then its purpose. It's so weird. RMC. Recycled material composite. Where's my box? It's blocked. There's nothing there. See, from the perspective of gem mining, let's take gem mining as an example, right? And I guess you know you can use the same concept for prospecting. Is that there's no need to have other people with you when you're gem mining. Zero need. Having multiple people doesn't do anything from the perspective of, you know, making it easier to mine anything or access anything that you can't do by yourself. Prospecting is slightly different because, yes, if you're in a mole and you've got multiple people, you can break larger rocks because you can have all three lasers operating at the same time. Obviously, even when you're, you know, soloing in a mole, you can't operate all the lasers. You can have different lasers, so you can have, you know... Oh, it just deposits them all? Even though I just selected one type, it just starts spitting them all out, empties the hopper. That's sweet. So even though in a mole you can have, you know, you can solo it, but you can only use one laser at a time, you do get the option of having 3 different lasers set up for 3 different sorts of purposes. But when you're gem mining, there's no need to have anyone around, which is why I'm always going on about, you know, gem mining could be so much better from a multiplayer perspective if they just tweaked the size of rocks, the nodes, you know, all that sort of stuff. Because if there's no need to have other players around to do something, then, you know, I have always been a lone wolf. Even in Neverwinter Nights, I think that was part of the reason why I enjoy being a blacksmith. And, the blacksmithing, both weaponsmithing and armor smithing were my chosen professions. Because then I just spend all my time in the forge, right? You know, leveling up my ability to produce the sorts of weapons that other people would use to go off and do combat and all that sort of stuff. See how... Oh, it says no material. Okay. Surface invalid. Surface valid. Don't know. Don't know. Getting philosophical. People would spend all their time playtime in the cantina just dancing or playing music and chatting to everyone. That is a big part of MMOs, right? You know, that social interaction. Did you know SWG have a VoIP, or was it all just text based? So I don't think I've ever played a game that has VoIP in it. It was all just text-based. It was text-based, was it? There's a big difference between the, you know, text-based interactions and actually talking to people. It's not just you as some random anonymous person behind a keyboard when someone else can hear your voice and you can hear their voice. We're finally almost done with this Connie. Just a little bit here at the aft to finish off, and then we can munch it. So the construction material is obviously quicker to gain because you can just straight away break the ship up. But it's not as valuable, right? So, you know, you're compensated for, you know, the lack of value by the speed of acquisition. So that if you're just out there breaking stuff up, you know, kind of like prospecting, you can just go mine anything and bring it back to a refinery and just fly back and forward. And, you know, the more runs you do of something, you know, you're gonna even out in the end, I suppose, unless you're really looking for the valuable stuff. What is an SCM on average worth of construction material? What is it, 4,000, 2.5? I think somebody has mentioned this before. You had TeamSpeak back then, so guilds could voice chat. Oh yeah, that's true. I guess we used TeamSpeak back when I was going with the 19th Battalion. You know, we were kind of like the Discord now. I really need to get into the voice chat and actually play with people. You know, we were a group of, you know, essentially friends that would game together. But VoIP in-game is completely different. I don't know how many people actually would use the VoIP season feature, even if it worked properly. All right, finish this up. Couple of things in Discord I want to check while we're at it. We might jump back to the gateway to go sort out our braids and stuff, and whilst we're in QT, might have another quick look at Discord and see what else I need to tweak there. Maybe we'll see if some people want to jump into Discord. Time it takes to scrape versus... Got 2 bogeys. There's nowhere we can fight them. Let's go. Man, we just finished scraping that ship. We didn't get an opportunity to munch it. Ah, bummer. We just finished scraping it. Pretty much almost just finished scraping it. And then some bogeys turned up. Time it takes to scrape versus time to munch. I would say CM earns more. Construction mats is 2k. Yeah, I guess if you're munching all the big ships and stuff like that, or you were constantly finding a whole bunch of small ships and stuff, start scraping the bogeys. Oh man, we would have got wrecked. There were 2 of them. If there was 1, I might have tried to fight him, but given that there were 2, no chance. All right, let's head back to the gateway. We'll jump over here. We'll have a quick look on the old stream cube. Okay, audio. Let's check the mic. That seems to be working to me. Although I need to be much closer to it to work. That seems to be okay. We're probably getting a nasty echo right now. As we have both of those audio channels running, that seems to work. Voice activated. I don't necessarily want to push to talk. So that'll mute me to Discord, so whenever I'm talking to stream. Then I can lower that if I want to drop Discord out while I'm talking to stream. I can bring that back up, keeps Discord out, but I can hear Discord. And I can deafen myself to Discord completely. And then I can... That'll deafen Discord for me. Apologies while I mutter to myself about setting all of this up. So we can hopefully just have control of things from the beginning. Flossie, my friend, how are you? Got enough fuel to make this jump? Well, the system plotted it for me. It didn't say I didn't have enough fuel. Because normally in the star map, right, if you try and plot a course to somewhere and you don't have enough fuel, it just won't let you plot the course. So we plotted this course, although that fuel is disappearing very, very quickly. I guess we'll find out, right? I guess we'll find out. So while I'm deafened, I guess we just need to find out. If I'm deafened here, I guess that we can just drop that out. Okay. All right. That should work. Can put that there. Okay. Lovely. I think we should make it. I mean, it plotted the course. How are you, by the way, Flossie? Thanks for joining us. Get 11 likes over there on YouTube. I didn't even notice. Double digits, man. We made it. We made it for the first round. Because there are some other treats that I would like to slam. For the first round of the slam offs, some surprise contenders. It's nice to see double digits on the likes there on YouTube. Probably not for the slam off though. It's for me, isn't it?
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Crush, you've got too many Team 10 points. Maybe I should make the fines more expensive. You're good, Flossie. You've been lurking since the start. You just had stuff to do. Legend. Well, we've been here for 3.5 hours, man, so I appreciate you hanging out with me. What a legend. Everyone who's been hanging out with me from the beginning. As we adventure through these, rather, not fruitless, but not the most efficient salvage session. But again, we're not here for efficiencies. I really can see Argo in a vulture. I really wish there was a way in game to be able to get rid of ships. Like even a pledge ship. Just be able to sell a ship in game, right? And then obviously if there was a wipe or something like that, then obviously you'd get your ships back. But it would be so nice. I'd love to see Argo upgrade to a vulture and then, sell the Rambler. Or be able to sell the Rambler and have no ship. Sell the Rambler to, give me the final little bit of money that I need to buy a vulture. We're here to learn how not to do things. Well, I think anyone who comes to this channel expecting to learn how to do anything is definitely 100% in the wrong place. Like I used to say at the beginning, don't listen to anything I say. All right, where's the station? There it is. Got some obstacles on the way in. If you do learn something while you're here, I am obviously makes me happy, but you know, major talk in balance. I don't know how much I've got to teach. Far from being an expert in anything in this game. Please, can I have some randing? No landing. This is about the point where Rhino says, "Told you should have switched servers." What's going on? Come on, Gateway. The customs office is closed, is it? I was going to say we could refuel, but there's not really too much point in that because we kind of need to store the ship for the fuel state to actually be changed. I mean, I'm still so deceived by the length of these bloody arms on the Vulture. I really thought we were quite close. Oh, hang on. Now I know why things aren't working. Because my freaking mouse and keyboard are on the streaming computer. Oh god, now I've opened a whole bunch of shit over there. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Please proceed to sign back.
Okay. Here we go. I really need to get that second keyboard set up so I can not have to worry about switching back and forward. I can't tell you how many times I've been working and doing things and then realized, why the hell is my keyboard and mouse not working, my mouse not working? And then I'll look at the other screen and it'll just be full of random stuff and be like, oh god damn it, the keyboard is currently active on the other computer. I guess, whilst we're here, we could sort of offload everything, hey? Whoa. She's spinny. certainly far from being efficient, coming back with a ship that's not fully loaded. Was somebody saying earlier on about the Reclaimer that they were having an issue sort of offloading stuff out of the Reclaimer and things exploding, and that there'd been some update? Because I know that from the Reclaimer you're kind of restricted to pushing, what is it, 8 SCU boxes out of the elevator. Out of the elevator sort of lift thing. Maybe we'll get the Reclaimer out. We'll jump into Discord and see if people want to mess about. $16 SCU boxes, hey? I thought clips here people did 8 SCU boxes in the Reclaimer. Oh, you offloaded one of your AUG Reclaimers the other day and it was 16 SCUs, bunches of 16s. Rhino confirmed 16 SCU, bunch of clanging, but it works a treat. All right, we got hardly anything in here. We're going to get another 1 SCU of recycled composite material. Yeah, it would be nice to, like Rhino was saying, to have a flush sort of system in here so you can just flush out all the scrap. Basically just send it to waste. Parole. How would you go about using a Reclaimer here in Pyro? Because there's no ground stations, right? I guess I should be asking the question. Are there any ground stations large enough to spin up a Reclaimer? Because I know that's been one of people's biggest issues with the Reclaimer, and the fact that docking is sometimes working and sometimes not working, is that, you know, you can't really land a Reclaimer, or you can't spawn a Reclaimer or retrieve a Reclaimer in many places because it's big. Well, the 3 main stations have XL hangars, says Rhino. Okay. There's extra large hangars, says Acorn. You'd now self-destruct and claim to get a fresh ship, Rhino? Hurrah. Arrivator. Okay. So we should, in theory, be able to sell this RMC here, buy some braids. We are at the gateway. Oh, excuse me. doors. That man was wearing a cape. Pretty sure I've been here before, so this is going to be like a regular station, right? We've got the gallerias and all that sort of stuff. Galleria. Calypsia, you remembered today when you're done with your fortune to take the abrade off it. It's the free fly ship I'm using, so I don't want to lose the abrade. I put it on when it goes away after the free fly event. Do we have access to a fortune for the free fly event, do we? Food court. Admin office. Come on. All right, let's have a look at... Okay. Here we go. Stanton Gateway. 2 units of construction material. And 11. Oh, I can't sell that here. It can't be sold. No buy. Well, that's a bummer. All right, let's go to... Guess we could try the refinery. So what are people's preferences when it comes to group salvage? You know, do people enjoy being, you know, on one big ship like a reclaimer? And, you know, a couple of box monkeys, a couple of people salvaging, pilot? Or do people... Ooh. Do people enjoy having their own little salvage ship and then people running cargo?
Could we get a fire marshal down at Econ?
Platinum Bay for a braids. That makes lots of sense, Rhino. That makes lots of sense because that is where I have bought them before. Calypso, you think it's interesting to crew up a reclaimer? Please open the doors. I mean, what's Galleria? What's the deal at the moment with you know, salvage and people running cargo? If you had multiple people, let's say you had a couple of people in vultures and some people in some fortunes, and then people were offloading their salvage onto a cargo ship, and then that cargo ship was taking the material in for depositing. What's the deal? If everybody's in a party, is it jointly owned? So whoever has the cargo ship and is bringing it back to port and they're offloading it into the warehouse and sending it down, is it considered stolen? You know, I'm assuming whoever lowers it into the warehouse owns it. And then I guess whoever's lowered it down into the warehouse can sell it and then divvies up the cash buck dollary dues. All right, now this bit I always get wrong. The vulture. Utilities. So I'm going to assume that these two are one arm and this is the other arm. So in theory, this should now be the left arm with the ready grip and the tractor and the abrade, and this is the other one. And if we switch, if we unequip that and unequip that, and we... Oh, hang on, no. If we do it this way, then the tractor beam and the cinch will be active together, and the abrade will be active together. If you're all in a group, it's not stolen. The owner of the salvage ship has to be online to sell the goods made from the ship. Okay, so if you had multiple people salvaging, then let's say you had 3 or 4 people in some vultures and some fortunes, they'd all need to be online to sell the goods, even though somebody else had lowered it into their warehouse. There's a website for setting up sessions to say how much you made and all the people who were working with you, and then it can show you the shares. Yeah, I know that Red Monster SC has a big industrial org, right? And he has all those tools that he's built. I showed you how to fix the VLM preview bug, Crouch. Did you? I don't remember that. R_. I guess the capitals kind of make a difference, right? Depth of field equals 0. It does nothing! It does nothing! R_ depth of field equals 0. Spaces. It does nothing! You have to restart the game. Okay. All right. So, let's just confirm, and this can be frustrating with the delay, so I shall allow time. Is my vulture now set up correctly? The tractor beam and an abrade on the left arm, and a cinch and an abrade on the right arm. You'd remove the cinch, would you, Rhino? We don't really need it, do we? But am I correct that these two are the left arm, slot 1 and slot 2 are the left arm, and slot 3 and slot 4 are the right arm? Or is slot 1 and slot 3 the left arm, and the slot 2 and slot 4 the right arm, and thus therefore I still have a tractor beam and a cinch on the left arm and 2 abrades on the right arm? Rhino doesn't have any idea. You just change the cinches to abrades. So Motherfig says slot 1 and slot 3 are the right arm, and slot 2 and slot 4 are the left arm. Are you sure, Motherfig? Because the tractor beam is on the left arm. But in either case, let's unequip that. Let's unequip that. We'll put the abrade in that slot there. So now, in slots 1 and 3, we have a tractor beam and an abrade. And slots 2 and slot 4, we just have an abrade. There we go. Don't think we can go wrong with that. Two tractor beams, Motherfig. Might be able to attach a tractor to the old cinch. 2 tractor beams. Double the power. More power. I have the power.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
What happens if we try and deliver a reclaimer here? Is there an extra? Yeah. No big hangers here. We are unable to deal with your request at this time. Damn it! You did a thing with pooders and stuff, Motherfig? Did you get your 4070 in, did you? And now I'm gonna have to claim it at another station. It's true. It's true. Very true.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Clear out path, merc work. It's overclocked and I'm 4K and it's purring like a kitten. We've been following a group of outlaws on behalf of a client and it looks like they've taken a permanent pit stop on one of our old orbital platforms. We're looking for a contractor who can head over to Decommissioned. This orbital laser platform is owned and operated by the Hathor Group and neutralize the targets. The platform is crawling with a bunch of armed and dangerous thugs. So we've designated this a yellow level contract. Ooh. Orbital laser platform. So I'm assuming that's in space. You tried your 3060 in 4K the other day and it just the Star Citizen menu screen gave it a stroke. Yeah, Hathor Air is a PvP. We're going to go in there and do some fighting, do some shooting, and do getting some shot. Interesting that there's no salvage contracts that pop up here while you're at the gateway. Interesting that some of the ASOPs are working and some aren't. Please allow me to use the terminal. Need to get off that bloody server. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us
I need to change
ASOC
regions.
vehicle retrieval system.
It's actually been quite nice that, like, for more than the last week, it's been logging me into the same server. I don't know what it's called. They've given the servers names, right? But each time I log in and I see my Nomad sitting out there on Ignis, I don't know. It feels comforting. Like, this is my server. This is where I am. This is my shard. It's where I'm located. It's like those old days of Neverwinter Nights. You know, you'd go to that server and that was the server, right? You know, there wasn't other servers. That was the server. It had a specific name. It was made by a specific person. Like, that whole world was created by somebody, by a team of people. One of my friends, Todd Deering, we made a Neverwinter Nights server together. And he was incredible, man. You know, neither of us knew anything about scripting or coding or anything, but he just picked it up. And you know, I did all the design work and he did all the scripting, and it was so much fun. It was so much fun building that server. I don't think we ever published it live for other people to play on, but all right, let's have a look. Where is the vulture? We cannot from here. Let's get the vulture.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
Oh man. Here we go. The yawning has started. Servers worked back then. Well, there was only 40 people on the server, right? If there was only 40 people on a server here in Star Citizen, kind of like the old days, right? Or was it capped at 50? Got a little bit of material in there. All right, I want to have a look around this ship, actually, because it's been such a long time since I've been on here. Okay, so we've got weapon rack, tool rack. Doesn't have tools at the bottom. A random locker for armor and stuff. Components. The battery that at some point in the future will be required. A gravity generator that at some point in the future will be required. Other components, 2 coolers, 2 power plants. Juno Star Work. Our restroom. Oh man, yep, yawning has started. Some storage underneath the bed. Would be nice if there was storage in these lockers over the bed. Emergency supplies. And we have our bed, and then obviously the cockpit, the scanner, radar, computer, there's no engineering terminal. Totally see Argo in this ship. opens the cargo door. It'd be nice if emergency supplies could help you resurrect a soft death. Well, I think, you know, that's what we'll have access to when engineering is in the game, right? You know, that your components on your ship have been fried, basically. That the ship itself, you know, is capable of flight if those components are restored. And so you'd run around, pull out components, replace them, reroute power and stuff. All right, let's have a look, see if our components are in the right place. A little bit of delay getting into the seat. Mining. Okay, so now we have our braid and our tractor module. Yes, sir. All right, let's get out of here. We need some thrusters. Ah, crap. The fuel still says no fuel. Can I get back in that hangar?
Thank you, and please visit again.
I can't! Out of 10. Amazing. Pro pilot, 100%.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Well, look, we haven't had a crash for a long time. It was well overdue. And of course, I'd switched into nav mode, so, you know, we had a huge amount of boost and no shields. But at least now we can claim a new vulture that's going to have,
not be sorry.
You know,
Be
nothing.
better.
Be better. Are we actually going to wake up? Has our imprint worked? Or have we been hit by the imprint crisis? Who sat through the 58-minute episode of the story so far that Star Citizen published last week? I read through the FAQ, and then obviously, you know, the episode of Inside Star Citizen was just the visual episode of that. Hello! Skeet, my friend, you literally just got here. Perfect timing. If they want me to see lore, they can put it in game. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Where are the NPCs telling me about all this stuff? Broken server. You had your chance. Random NPCs asking if they can borrow your Pisces medbed. How cool would that be, right? Like if an NPC, wanted to, pay you, some cash, $1 to use your medbed. That'd be amazing. Black screen citizen. Well, apparently we're supposed to be waking up at Kelto, but I'm giving it a little bit of time because the server has been on the fritz. Now, obviously at this point, I am slightly concerned about, logging out to the menu and, being region locked or shard locked or, whatever. Which I guess is completely the same thing as where we are now. But there's a bit of me that says just crouch, wait just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Okay, you should probably log off to the menu, but what happens if I just wait a little bit longer? In an alternate reality, Star Citizen is fully released and works perfectly. I want to go to that reality. I guess we're at that point where we've just got to take our chances, hey? This is our opportunity to menu log. Just a little bit longer. No, out we go. After Argo, can you do a space cowboy bounty hunter? That's kind of what Curtis is with this music. What did your friend do on his stream? Well, he sort of stared at a black screen for an hour. Talked a bunch of gibberish. Yeah, we're locked. We are locked. All right, let's go in and see what happens. Analytical Starlight. Let's have a quick look, right? We'll close that out. Just out of curiosity. Find a playlist or project. Okay, let's go to music. Let's have a look for Space Cowboy music. Obviously, we're on a music site. Space Cowboy music, hey? Psychedelic rock, hopeful, laid back. Western suspense, laid back. Western country, hopeful, laid back. Sounds like a 60s pop song. Yeah, it does. This is not Space Cowboy, sir. Amazing. Western eccentric countryside. Psychedelic rock, laid back, sentimental. Did I just die in the medbed? Where the hell am I? I'm outside the hangar. Yeah, it's true, I am, aren't I? I'm on 0 health. I'm not incapped. Amazing. Alright, so for reference, this song, which one is it? Desert Wind by Telsonic. It doesn't give me the Hergequertler about it, the details. It doesn't. Desert Wind, Desert Wind, Desert Wind. Here we go. Desert Wind. Acoustic, dreamy, mysterious. Hang on. Oh, that was a different Desert Wind. Desert Wind by Telsonic. All right, we're going to have to log out of here. Yeah, the Nomad's still there, CT. It's still there. Listen to the Rebel Galaxy soundtrack. Oh, I can't listen to it on stream, unfortunately, but... Alright, so Telsonic. So his tags are rock, dreamy, post-rock, and hopeful. Ambient Americana, where daylight falls silent. Can listen to any game music. Game music is DMCA free. All tracks. It's got a few songs on here. Doesn't tell me how many in total, unfortunately. Got a few scrolls of the mouse. Telsonic, hey? Let's see what happens. Whereabouts are we? Just going to log us back in to Analytical Starlight outside of our hangar. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm liking this. It is the same server, Motherfig. I can't region change at the moment because we're region locked. And I'm assuming we're going to be waking up outside of the hangar. So I was thinking, for a Life Uncharted version 2, instead of doing all these random weird tasks and quests and just running around, yeah, we're balked. Instead of running around, doing imaginary tasks and stuff, that I'd make use of the contract system, right? The Moby-Glass. The only difference being that, upon completion of those activities, the money that you get from completing those is forfeited. You only get 10% of the cash buck dollary dues. That way, a new player can start doing some missions and quests, but instead of earning actual money, they're earning and building their reputation, or their infamy, as I called it. Try and find me, Motherfig, see if you can get me unstuck. Well, it's super weird, man. I can't go into third-person view, so I don't know where I am. Obviously, I can't move around. I'm on 0 health. I'm not incapacitated. It's super weird. So I think the only option we have at this stage is to jump out of this account, log on to one of my alts and have a bit of a play there until this one gets, reset, so to speak. After a certain amount of time of being offline, I shall, like last time after the power interruption, I didn't log in for a few days, and then after I did, I woke up at Gaslight. Even you can see my Nomad still over there on Ignis. Or we could try a character reset. Motherfig's in. Now we'll see what happens if Motherfig can find me. Flossie suggesting the old AC hack. Jump into an Arena Commander and then back in. Motherfig's on a different server. Mine sucks. Yeah, I think at this point the only option I've got is to just bail out of this account, and then over the next couple of days this character will get relocated or unlocked, and I shall finally wake up in a clinic somewhere. I was about to put my guns and everything on the racks inside the Vulture too. I'm glad I didn't do that. RPG fan, how are you? I'm at the gateway, Motherfig. If you wait 18 minutes, it will go AFK and put you in a bed. Oh, excuse me. No, I can't open the Moby. It's like I'm incapacitated without being incapacitated. I'm at the gateway in Pyro. I've never seen this happen before. This is super weird. Yeah, what happens if I backspace, eh? I can't backspace. I'm in limbo land. This is amazing. I don't exist. I'm an apparition. All right, let's bail out of here. Let's log into here, right? You're still gonna see if you can see my toon, Rhino? Out there trapped in the alternate reality. No idea where this guy is. And we have no access to salvage ships. You giving up, Mother Fig? The fitting the new toy broke your brain. Scholarly headquarters. I like that one. We're in. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Curtis Crouch. Our no-feared bounty hunter. Our space nomad. He lives! Where are we? of a tier 2 injury. We're out in the Hurston area, hey? A little bit of ship combat. What do we do, folks? I'm not on that server, I know. No, that character is lost to the void for the time being. I might need to do a character reset or, you know, who knows. I guess that's the end of the salvage. Mr. Citizen. Bounty Hunter. You have a Reclaimer, Rhino? Maybe we should jump into Rhino's Reclaimer. I'll jump into Discord. Are we gonna get aboard your Reclaimer, Rhino? Go do a little bit of salvage. Go help out this ship. In the meantime, so I guess now's a good time to start testing out Discord, hey? We'll gather together and jump aboard the Reclaimer. Box Monkey Judy? Yes, sir. Put me down. Oh, man. There's no tray. I'm going to have to do all of this manually. The good old cutter. The good old Cutlass Black. Somebody on our tail. Now's the time when I need to get my sticks set up, right? So I can target ships from my sticks without having to press the T key. Makes a difference in space combat when you're actually in a ship that's capable of space combat. Oh, goodness me. I forgot I was in an asteroid belt. Amazing. What's Curtis's name in game? I think it's at Curtis Crouch, yeah? Where does it tell me that? I think it's Curtis-Crouch. I've got VKBs. Yeah, I do. Try Buzzkiller setup for them. Yeah, I don't really like using other people's keybinds because then I've got to learn their keybinds. Whereas if I just bind things to, you know, my keys, then at least I know what I've done. But then I've got to set everything up. Whereas if I use something like Buzzkillers, then, you know, all of that work is already done and I just need to learn that combination. And like Skeet, you know, Skeet print out myself my little keybind maps. Rhino's in the green room.
Hello there.
Good evening, Rhino. How are you? Oh, I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I need to change microphone.
No worries. Look at this. We've got some Discord action going on.
I can hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I'll turn you up a little bit from my end, but how you been?
I'm not too bad.
Excellent. So whereabouts are you? Where should we go? Stanton, Pyro?
Stanton might be better unless you want to just do random ships.
I don't mind, whatever. Whereabouts are you now? Are we in a party? We are not.
Yeah.
Are we?
I'm at checkmate.
You're at checkmate. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Alright, you said Pyro might be better?
Stanton, I can get the bigger ships.
Alright, well, alright, come to Stanton, and I'll meet you at the gateway.
Okay.
Alright, let's head off to the gateway. If anyone feels like joining us, feel free to jump into Discord. Down at the bottom, you'll see an area called live streaming, and in there will be a green room. Jump into the green room and let me know in the chat that you're sitting in the green room. I'll try and keep an eye on it. And we'll see if we can get a couple of people aboard Rhino's Reclaimer and go out and do a
Other fix there.
bit of random salvage. Mother Fig's in the green room, lovely.
Yeah.
'Tis the fig. How are you, my friend?
Oh, and there he goes.
It's gone. His 4070's causing problems. Flossie's saying if you need one more, we've got a couple of hours. Jump in, Flossie. I am currently salvageable-less. Given my only toon that has access to salvage ships is somewhere in an alternate reality. So we'll jump aboard. Hey, Rhino, what's your reclaimer called? Do you have a name for it?
It's called the Nostromo.
The Nostromo.
The Not-Stromo.
Oh, the Nostromo. I like it.
Oh, the Nostromo.
Mr. McNuts, how are you, my friend? Pokes a white-gartered, sexy-looking bare leg round the door. Senor Crouch. How are you, McNuts? Appreciate you joining us, mate. You've got more faith in the Nostromo than the Nostromo? The Nostromo! So you're the captain of this vessel, Rhino. Whatever you feel like doing, we shall do, and I shall be there to haul boxes.
I thought we would do the unverified missions at Yellow.
Okay. Do you still get cargo and stuff? Do people still do those to get the cargo and stuff, or are those days gone?
That's the Vaughan missions.
They're the Vaughan mission. So people do still do those sorts of salvage contracts to get the cargo.
Yeah, they still do the Vaughan missions. I don't.
So these are like time sensitive ones, right?
They give you an hour.
Oh, they give you an hour. But you'd normally be in and out of there, right? Because you're just munching the material, yeah?
Yeah, usually, yeah. Don't even know. Something weird's going on this server.
Oh, something weird going on all the servers.
I'm getting on my elevator and all of a sudden my elevator just vanishes.
Oh, God. Flossie, how are you?
How are we doing?
Good, mate. Good. Yeah, shoot me a friend request in game. It's Curtis-Crouch. Magical Trevor, how are you, my friend? Hope you had a great cookout for Easter. It was amazing, man. It was so good. The meat from Metaxas Meats is so amazing. So amazing. It was lovely. Family over, food, beers, way too much chocolate. It was very good. What was that, Rhino?
Don't even know what scraper beams are on there. I think it might be the trawlers.
So are the trawlers, they're just bigger and you know, scrape less, or?
Slower. They're slower.
They're slower. All right, I've just made it to the to the Pyro Gateway.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Might get myself patched up in the clinic.
Yeah, I've got the trawlers on here. Changing them.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Please visit us again.
What are you saying, Emily? Everyone loves Magical Trevor because the tricks that he does are ever so clever. Look at him now, disappearing the cow. Where is the cow hidden right now? It's obviously some sort of nursery rhyme that's gone above my head. It's not difficult, it's very streamlined up there. Everyone loves Magical Trevor. Oh, the tricks that he does are ever so clever. Look at the cow. Oh, see? Look, Dog McNuts and Emily are reading from the same book. It's lyrics from a song from my childhood internet. I obviously have not seen it. Where is... Oh, the clinic at the gateway would be on the same level, right? Yeah, here it is. As the Habs.
At Kyoto RX, medicine isn't only about healing. It's about being your best. Ask your med tech about optional medical services.
Attention, emergency staff. Got an accident inbound. It's a pretty big one, so team stand by.
Got an accident inbound. It's a pretty big one, so stand by.
This is a reminder that patients and guests are not... Dr. Bolin, you're still wanted in recovery. Please, if anyone...
The accident was on the other server.
Yeah, the whole server was the accident. Crouch, look up a website called Weeble Stuff. Old school internet stuff, eh? Medical care. Treatment. All right, I'll grab a max lift while I'm here. There's going to be a cargo deck here at the gateway, right? There should be, yeah?
Yeah, there is. Cargo and refinery.
Lovely. Must look up this website. Weebles. What was it? Weebles Stuff? Yeah, look up a website called Weeble Stuff. Did a song called Badger, 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 Mushroom, Mushroom. Oh dear.
Now look up Devin Townsend. Badger, Badger. Has he done it as well?
Max lift. What's his name? Devin Townsend.
Devin Townsend, yeah. He was in a group called Badly Drawn Boy.
And Weebles stuff. Animations and silliness. Brian May has the best hair. All right. Oh, I forgot I was on one of my old accounts. Glad I had enough money for that bloody max lift. Did the yellow contract mission. Got me 53k. Should probably get some food and drink. Man, the Reclaimer, for such a big vessel, I can't believe it doesn't have any sort of medical facilities. You know, for something that's...
Yeah, I would have thought it'd have one.
Yeah, you know, it's intended to be deep space salvage, right? Out there for weeks and months. You'd think that they'd have some sort of facilities on board. You think it'll ever get a rework, Rhino?
Oh, it's going to get a rework. They have to rework it for when they finish off doing the salvaging.
How long do you reckon that'll take?
Salvaging for a big change. I don't know. They've got to get it in before they do the crafting.
True.
Because we won't be doing RMC and construction materials, we'll be doing processing as well.
Oh, they're going to need heaps of different stuff, right?
Yeah.
And from a salvage perspective, need to be able to get that stuff.
Yeah, think of it like a breaker's yard when you go and get bits and pieces for your car.
Yeah.
It's going to be like that.
Yeah. Or maybe just instead of, you know, salvaging just RMC and construction material, you'll get a certain percentage. In fact, I think they've spoken about this, right? You'll get a certain percentage of copper, of tin, of iron.
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Yeah,
the
you
same
get all your
quantities.
metals back. Yeah. Yeah, you get all the metals back and whatever goes into making components and stuff like that. Just about to come through the hole.
Got 11 bottles of drink. Got a max lift. Is there no hot dog place here in the lobby of the... Oh, there's a burrito bar. Here we go. There's a burrito bar. What's the smallest vehicle with a med bed? It'd have to be the Ursa, right?
Pisces. All the Pisces.
All the Pisces, yeah. Can't fit a Pisces in a Reclaimer, can you? I think I've seen someone try, and it gets stuck in the lift shaft.
Yeah, I've tried, and it ended up in the munching room.
Was it okay? Did it?
You can get an Ursa. No, I couldn't get to it.
Oh, you couldn't get
Once
to it?
it's in there, you can't get to it.
All right.
I think you can do an Ursa, but you've got to take the wheels off.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I've seen expat, you know, put a Ursa inside her Zeus by shooting the wheels off, and then managed to get it inside the Zeus, or maybe it was the C1. I can't quite remember. Sitting on top of a box, so that she could still get up the stairs. Yeah, it was in a Zeus. I don't think I invited Flossie to the party, did I?
No, there's only
never,
you.
mate.
Sorry, Flossie.
That's right.
There we go. I sent that invite.
Yeah, got it. Cheers, mate.
Cool. Oh, there they are.
Jonathan Picking, also known as Weeble and Mr. Weeble, is a British internet personality and Flash animator and is the creator of Weeble Stuff. His animations are known for repetitive melodies and surreal dialogue, the majority featuring a catchy tune with silly lyrics paired with a looping animation. Emily, you love the Pisces. The Pisces is a great ship. I absolutely love it. Such a good ship. Little medical Pisces. Like, if the Pisces had a bed you could bed log in, it would be the ultimate ship. All right, let me know which pad you get to, Rhino.
I can't even see the number.
Maybe I'll just pad hop.
It'd be nice if the number was actually on the pad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got that silly little sign right by the door.
Yeah. If I can get the camera at the right angle.
Oh, I think you're at pad 4. Pad 3's close.
I can't get the angle.
Yeah, pad 4.
You should be able to get in the main elevator.
Look at this monster. Where's the main elevator? It's at the back, right?
You'll see the flap come down.
Oh, yeah, there it is. What a monster. Is this the best in show paint?
Yeah. You might have to call the elevator though. I can't bring it down. If you'll, yes, I can. There should be a button there somewhere hovering in midair.
Hovering in midair. Oh, elevator.
I'll have to. I'll come and bring it down.
Hey. Oh, look straight up and click.
Yeah, it might not. Oh, is it coming down?
Yeah, it's coming down. It's gone into the hangar. It's gone into the pad.
It's alright, just stand over it.
Oh my god, I'm inside the pad.
Hold on a second. I'll. There you go. You can get to them.
Yes. Pretty much. All right. I think Flossie's just landing somewhere nearby.
Yeah, I'm literally right there. Shall I land on a different pad? Come over. Shall I squeeze on this?
That's up to you, man. If you want to store your ship or just abandon it.
I'm not. Yeah, it's only a car. I'm not worried.
What happened to Motherfig? He ain't come back.
No. I think he's having issues with his mic.
Oh, look at that little toy.
The Reclaimer is such a monstrous ship. I love its landing gear. It's just so nice.
Yeah, the legs are just, the feet are just going into the pad for some reason.
Yeah, Emily, we're in the salvage processing room. This is where it spits out its boxes, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
I would have expected, like, this, especially in the Reclaimer, this, crafting function to craft the bigger, the bigger tools, like the max lift and the cambio, and that would have made sense. That would have made sense. It's a bigger unit. Put a bigger door on the side. Hello there.
How we doing? Is it up one more?
I think we go up one more.
Habitation.
Oh yeah, happy.
What I'll do is I'll get us over to Yellow. Pick up the contract and we'll get over there.
Sounds good. You sent me a few links, McNuts. Magical Trevor Badges, and of course Ripped Part by Badges. Bill Bailey.
Bill Bailey's a genius.
I love Bill Bailey, he's so good.
Watch out for the face huggers.
Hey. It'd be so good to have like little critters and stuff that can board your vessel and stuff, and you gotta fight them off every now and then. That'd be so good.
We should have Aloha Prats running around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Do these remote turrets in like this little engineering type room do anything?
Yeah, you've got to look to your left, up, and the button is like hovering in the air to the left.
Oh yeah, power on, yeah.
It's not on the panel, it's in the air.
Yeah, sort of in the air, yeah.
And then if you look down a little bit where it says power management,
Yeah, into remote turret.
That looks like one of the rear side ones. If you right click, you right click over that, you should get an option for whatever turret you go in.
Oh, okay. I can't control it with my sticks. Need to set that up.
Of course I know shit.
Whereabouts are we going? Oh, we're doing contracts here in Stanton, right?
Yeah, Raniella. Where the unverified missions are.
You wish engineering was in, Emily? You would love to get your grubby little hands on this bots?
Boats.
On this boat's insides? Oh, on this boat's insides, yeah. Engineering is going to be great. I'm looking forward to it.
Salvage. Oh, we got a staff error. Jeez. And I'm sharing.
Go. Oh, rip my staff error. One day it might be useful.
I don't really like doing these staff errors because they pull apart in two pieces. One piece could vanish.
Oh yeah?
They clang into each other. I see a Connie here as well. Coming down to use the claw.
How do you get to the bridge?
It's what you
Why?
want a
You
little
have
while
to come
ago.
back.
You need to come back down the floor.
I'm in the mess hall.
Keep coming through. Follow it all the way round. The door. Round to your left.
Or down.
Straight in front of you.
It says bridge.
No. Left. That's it. Down there. Down the elevator. Well, you have to call the elevator. Or no, it's the elevator's
It's
there.
there. Yeah, I
Panel's
came
just
up
there on
this
your
way.
left.
Oh, does it open on both sides? No, it doesn't. Leads into that little engineering room, right? There's the little engineering room.
One goes up to the turret. One goes down a ladder, and the other one's the elevator.
Alright, so that little bridge room is near the front. The little engineering room.
Engineering is at the back of the ship.
You know, like this little cockpit area back here. That looks into the little munching area. Looks like a little engineering room.
Those, oh, yeah, that room, that's the turret room.
Turret room.
That's the elevator to get out.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think I'm going to go in that elevator.
Yeah, the coffin elevator. That just goes back up to where you just come from.
Yeah. Escape pods.
Other way. You're going back to the back of the ship.
I'm just looking around, man.
Why do I hear a scraper beam?
It's Flossie
Sorry,
doing,
me. Push your buttons.
Flossie doing some scraping.
Just get used to the buttons again.
Oh, sit in the captain's chair. Sit in the captain's... No, come back in there.
In the captain's chair in that office.
Yeah.
Does it do something special? Does it?
Sit in it.
You know, I'm afraid slightly. Whenever Acorn asks me to do things, it normally turns out quite bad.
No, it's not bad. I'm not an acorn hole.
Let's have a look. Does it pop up a little screen? Can we watch YouTube?
Right, now look down at the chair. Oh, right click.
Deploy?
Right click.
What does deploy do?
Yeah, deploy. Deploy it.
I've deployed it.
There you go.
It spun me around.
Yeah, it works. The captain's chair finally works.
It needs like a little screen here. That's pretty sweet. It's got a pretty generous head in it. You know, it's a little single bed. That's all right. Well, captain's quarters is quite nice. All right, we came back out. Now,
That's it that way. Yeah.
back to processing. Back to processing.
Oh, well, I need someone on the
floor.
floor, preferably you, because I need to show you something.
Oh, hang on. So I've got to come back, right?
Yeah, come down to me. So you want to go? You just come straight out. It's easier for me to show you while I can see your screen. Show you how to get the most out of salvaging.
Oh, here we go. Lessons from the master. Here we go. This is that old salty salvage dog with the long grey beard who's tells you his secrets. All right. So the claw is in the co-pilot seat, right?
Yep.
And then I've got to deploy it. Yeah.
Yep.
Power on.
You need to power it on. Press M. No, just press M.
I'm deploying. We're very close to the Starfarer.
Yeah, because I know what I'm doing.
The claw needs to go munch, munch, munch.
Right, now you need to crack it.
Or is that still a sore point? All right, so I'm assuming that it's right click and left click to switch modes. Yeah, okay. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, if you look, see where it says Miss Starfarer, it tells you the distance and it gives you the SCU.
Yeah, yeah.
See that little circle?
The little circle.
There, that's between.
Oh yeah.
That is what you need to concentrate on. Once cracked it, and then we start to disintegrate. If you want to crack it, if Flossie's there, can you get a tractor beam ready?
Yeah, I'm down in the thing. Oh, what? Up where you are?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just in case these decide to clang together and then half the ship vanishes. I might actually just push it with the claw.
All right, I turned it off. We've turned it back on again. It's refracturing. Motherfig can't get his headsets, either of his headsets, to work with Discord. That's not good, man. What am I looking for, Rhino?
Nothing at the moment.
Then we get a change.
Well, I need to try and I just need to give this a push to get them separated.
It's inside the ship.
Right. I just needed to separate them. Right, once that stopped moving.
Disintegration field.
Yeah, don't do it yet. Then turn it off.
Hmm?
Turn it off.
Is it on? How do I know it's
on? Yeah, it keeps flashing green, but that's it.
Targets in field exceed available space in depot.
Camera trickery here to get around to getting to it. Well, if you go back into first person.
All right. It says plus 12%, 325 SCU.
Aye.
Plus 13%. Plus 12, plus 11. Back a touch more. Touch more. Touch more. 13%. Plus 14%. Still 14. Still 14. So this is like a bonus, right, for being in like the perfect position?
Yes. You can get it all the way up to plus 19%.
Ooh.
But that's going to fill the buffer anyway, because the buffer's only 240 SCU. So you can
240,
disintegrate now if you want.
But
also, you get it in the right place, it does it a lot faster.
Yeah, right, I get you. So you're right. You're right now just piloting the ship, right? You can't see any of this information, yeah?
Nope, can't see a thing.
Yeah, so you got to communicate with the people who are operating the equipment.
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty much.
All right. We've gobbled it up. Filler station is full.
And you got paid to do it as well.
I mean, you got paid to do it.
23 grand.
Oh, for yeah, right, for the mission. Yeah.
Yep, these missions pay you.
What do you want?
Right.
It pulled out in 8 SCU.
16s.
16, yeah.
Now we can disintegrate this thing as well. Doesn't really matter how much SCU. Yeah, you should be able to get 10 on the grid in there.
Yeah.
Then each 240 is 15 boxes, 16s.
Trying to find Flossie.
Go right to the back of the ship. Easiest way to do it is from behind. Do the F4.
Yeah, I was in there from behind, but I couldn't see him. All right, so we next. Hang on, we don't want to disintegrate this until the buffer has been emptied a little bit. Yeah.
Mother Fig gifted a subscription. Welcome to
There's
the
only-
Dark Slam Squad, Emily Farrowin. Enjoy
Yeah,
the
it is a little bit.
times. Mother Fig gifted a
There's only a
tier
couple of
1
little
sub to
panels here
Emily
to
Farrowin.
Mother Fig, you're a
They have
legend,
given
mate.
14 gift subs in the channel.
What a legend. Welcome, Emily, to the Crouch Potatoes. So do you get that bonus for each of these little pieces?
Get it for everything that gets disintegrated.
Okay. How did that... Oh, I've got the disintegration field running. I've turned it off.
Yeah, it just... Right, there is a Connie nearby. Go and do that as well.
Oh, so if you were...
We'll have to...
If you were out solo reclaiming then you could just fracture something, activate the disintegration beam, and then just jump back in the pilot seat and fly around and gobble up all the bits, yeah?
No, because as soon as you get out of the seat, the
it turns off.
claw retracts.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, they've thought about that.
Kind of like in a mole, you can't have all three of the lasers running.
Yeah. One of the best things is I have guns.
Oh yeah, they've updated that, haven't they?
Yeah. Which makes life a lot easier when it comes to doing ships that have got shields on. Because I can forego the fractures that are part of this as well.
What do you mean forego the fracture?
I hard death it, that fractures it.
If you hot death it, if you destroy it, right.
Yeah, if I hard death, that fractures it completely.
Yeah, I gotcha. That Flossie, hard at work there in the hold. These two lazy bastards just watching.
It won't take me long to do this.
Hey Flossie, there's boxes still sitting on the machine, man.
Quick enough. Right, if you want to grab the claw,
Yep.
you've got 4 either side. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. 3 either side near the elevator, and then 2 either side at the back.
I've got what?
On the grid. The salvage processing room. Well, you should be able to just suck that straight up.
Nope. Should I see
That won't
something?
fracture it then.
Should I see something on the screen? I shouldn't I?
It should highlight.
Okay, yeah, it's highlighting something. It says 38.9 SEU plus 4%.
Okay. So if you want to.
Plus 11, plus 9, plus 10. I think if we come back and go to the left a little bit. 11, 12, left a little more.
See, if you notice that green circle in between the percentage and the SEU,
yeah,
it fills up.
Okay. Yeah, go left a little more. Keep going. A little bit more. 13%. 14. Oh, go forward a touch. Yeah, there we go. 14%.
Yeah, that was a
disintegration. So this ship hasn't been fractured, right? But it
has.
It's been hard deathed.
So yeah, I hard deathed it, which fractures it.
Oh, you hard deathed it? Oh, did you shoot it? Did you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, soft death in it, then you would have to disintegrate it.
Right.
But if you hard death it, then it's already been fractured.
Okay, gotcha. So there's a significant difference then between that Connie and a Starfarer.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get a hammerhead.
Hammerheads are good, are they?
Oh yes. And I really do have a feeling that they've removed them because I'm getting another Starfarer. I haven't had a hammerhead for a little while.
The hammerheads were the ones that people used to get all the cargo in, right?
Yeah, but all the cargo stuff all changed anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sharing.
Oh, hang on, let me get out of this view.
How do I get the salvage lift up?
Don't worry about the salvage lift.
No.
Just stack it all in there for now.
Got a little one. Change.
You can get You can get at least 2 full loads in there. Maybe even 3.
Yeah, look at that little bug. Hey, Emily. Tiny little one. Are you a weirdo that thinks that looks cool? I'd totally be an engineer on a boat like that. And when engineering is quiet, go help in the salvage room, move boxes. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So do we still have issues on the Reclaimer using ladders and all that sort of stuff in Quantum?
Nope.
It's all been fixed out?
Oh, I haven't had any problems.
Okay, cool.
C1 here as well.
Oh, in this area?
But C1, I've got the Starfarer. There's also something that looks unavailable.
Have we made it to the new location already?
Yeah.
Must have been pretty close.
It all ran yellow.
Ah, right. Oh,
all these unverified missions.
Ah, right, gotcha.
Yellow belt.
Gotcha. You must be getting old, Motherfig. You've hit the 0% beer. I don't mind a 0% beer.
Okay. I shall jump out and you can jump back in.
There's another staff area.
Yeah. So once you crack it, I'll give it a little push. Separate the parts.
Hang on, wait a minute. Power up.
Yeah, you don't need to touch that. It'll automatically pull the arm straight out.
Now, hang on a second.
Why are you doing small boxes, Bossy?
Do you know it? Because it reset itself for some reason. I'm trying to stop it, but...
Right, I'm not the one moving all the boxes, so that doesn't really matter.
Is there a bonus for fracturing, or we just go ahead and fracture it?
Just fracture it.
304.7 SCU.
The only bonus is the speed.
What was that, Flossie?
Just trying to work out why that one reset itself back to 1 SCU.
Oh! I'm trespassing.
Push. Yeah, so am I, don't worry.
Amazing. Alright, so switch to disintegration field.
Move. Stop glitching, stop glitching. Oh, there we go. See it vanish?
Yeah, vanished, yeah. The cockpit and the tanks.
Yeah, it's usually the main body that does the vanishing.
Plus 5%. Plus 2.
Still moving.
Minus 1.
Waiting for it to stop. So I've got to get the claw where it says the 325 SCU.
Mm-hmm.
That's the center of the map.
Plus 15%. 16. 15. Then come back and go down a little. Touch more.
It's not really going to matter so much because we're going to overfill it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. All right, disintegrating.
But when you do the Vulture or the Fortune, or smaller ships than a Reclaimer, you want to try and get that as high as you can.
You want to pay attention to that.
Give you more resources. Yeah, gives you more resources. It's just a little mini game.
Yeah. Well, you want to maximize your efficiencies, right?
Yeah.
And there's something floating around above us that keeps blocking out the light.
Probably yellow.
Yeah, but it comes and goes like
it'd be an asteroid.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true.
Good, done.
She's done it again.
I think it's a skill issue.
I think there's something wrong with the ship.
There we go.
He's never done it to me.
The Nostromo's not working properly.
Right, Flossie, you can put them along that balcony as well.
Up top on the mezzanine.
Yeah.
Just pitch them up
there.
Okay.
Yeah, you get one box and then just all the way around it. You can get about 1,600 to 2,000 SCU in there.
Wow.
And it's only supposed to hold 420.
Just like stacking them
Or
up
480. Yeah.
off grid.
So what I used to do is just stack as much in there as I could, plus send them down the elevator into salvage hold and put them in the salvage hold, and then put some in the cargo hold. Right, I'm just gonna move us away from the belt.
So you get an hour to do those missions before what NPCs and stuff start turning up?
Yeah. They're illegal missions, so it'll be the UEE that turn up.
I haven't seen any UEE security guards for ages. I haven't been scanned for who knows how long. It looks like a falling from heights hazard to me.
The only trouble with doing it like that is you can't still do it all from the grid.
You can't what?
You have to offload
it.
Yeah,
sure.
You have to offload it all.
There's no heights in space.
I just wish they'd get rid of all these pulleys and hooks.
But it adds immersion.
They do nothing but get in the way.
I mean, I love this, man. It's so good.
I don't know why that kept resetting. Not resetting now.
I wonder if it's because I had it on auto eject, and once it got below the 16.
Yeah.
It reverted back.
It shouldn't.
I did notice that it was set on 16 SCU, and then when I clicked the auto eject button, it changed it back to 1, so I quickly changed it back to 16.
It's not doing it now.
Yeah, that's why I just turned off auto just in case. Because it got down to like 9 SCU, and that's when it started kicking out 1.
It might have been because we done that little bit extra rather than just filling it up, then doing it. These little ones will actually grid.
You don't want to try and stack a whole bunch of singles up the top up there, Rhino?
Yeah, there's a pulley in the way up there. I don't want to do that up there.
It's no good. It's not going to get up there.
Well, the best way to do that is to get that one, move that along over to there. Now you can put another one up there.
Theoretically, maybe. Oh, it's in.
Go. Then what I usually do up here is I'll get that and put that over there. There you go. Then you can get another one in up there.
Imagine being the captain of the ship, walking into salvage processing and seeing the crew has done this. Wherever we can fit the boxes,
the captain.
Wherever we can fit them, put them.
Yep.
Closed all these doors. You used to be a bridge officer, Emily, and you have walked into the crew stacking stuff like madmen. Dogman Nuts, I'm on my alt at the moment. Curtis does crouch. But I'm pretty sure Mother Fig and Flossie and Rhino are on their mains. But my main has been, relegated to a parallel dimension at the moment. Where Star Citizen is completed and works perfectly.
Crouch wouldn't do what he was told and screwed his account up.
What do you mean I wouldn't do as I was told?
Change server, change server, change server.
What's that blue arrow?
That's Flossie.
Oh, that's Flossie. Yeah, that's Flossie.
411 reclaim is even slower at moving around.
The what?
411. Slowed its pitching your.
Oh, the patch.
Yeah. Make you feel heavier. Yeah, like 900,000 tons doesn't feel heavy anyway.
Hmm. Oh, we're trespassing because this is like an illegal claim.
Yeah.
That's why we're trespassing. I got it now. All right, ready to fracture?
Be ready.
Let's go. So you just piloting the ship. No one has any tractor beams or anything yet, hey? That they're in the. Oh, the body disappeared. I see.
All right, let's get another contract. It's all staff errors. They've removed the hammerhead.
That's all right. I'm going to gobble this stuff up.
But the bonus is you're getting paid to do it.
What's that?
You get paid for these missions, 23k.
Yeah. But we're not going to gobble up all this stuff?
I'm going to worry about that.
Well, now Flossie's got nothing to do, man. We got to keep him working, man.
All right. Working in a second. This.
It's in there sorting out the hold.
I'll reveal your true form.
I'm a salvage king. This is I'm really enjoying this right now. It's so nice. Love being down there in that hold. It's so good. All right, fracture mode, yeah? Fracture mode. Yep. Fracture?
Yep.
Let's go. So I guess if you had other people in here on the salvage beams, then someone could be ready with the tractor beam, right?
Yep.
To pull the two parts apart pieces. My body went that way and my legs went that way. Only Aussies will get that.
There we go. Separated.
Lights. All right. Disintegration field. Yeah, so if you're out here soloing or reclaiming, then it just makes sense to do this, right? And, rather than spending all that time, salvaging stuff, you just, be busting up construction material. Let's go.
Ain't gonna worry about getting it perfect.
No, well, it's going to overfill the hopper anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought they increased the size of the hopper.
Oh, they decreased it.
Oh, they decreased it, did they?
Yeah.
So what's the other section worth in terms of salvage? Or do you just worry about just getting the main body and then move on? So 35 SCU is for all the highlighted parts, right?
Yep. Head.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn the disintegration field off. Noob.
Donald.
What was that?
He loads on now.
Mm-hmm. I missed that, Runner. What was it?
I just wondered how many loads we've done. I think it's 3.
Yeah, I think 3, yeah.
That might be a good idea to go sell now. If we put too much in the reclaimer, things start disappearing.
Okay.
Back to Pyro. Just trying to sell it in Stanton is a joke.
Why's that?
Everywhere doesn't want it. There's so many people doing it in Stanton.
I see. Is there a price difference at all between Stanton and Pyro?
I think Stanton pays a little bit more, but too worried about the money. There's well over 1.2k million worth. It's about 500k a load.
Okay.
Got about between 1.2 and 1.5 million.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
TV
Umpire is getting it
_Mau
all
is
out.
now following on Twitch.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome to After
Because you can
Dark.
only sell what's on the grid, right? And then everything else you've got to move out manually, or?
It's all getting thrown out the back.
Okay. TV Mau Mau, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you being here with us on Twitch. You like how it looks dark, murky, and dingy, Emily? Yeah. You can kind of smell it. The scent of stale air, rust, oil, and chemicals. The ambience of the reclaimer is super nice. I really, really like it. Obviously, it needs to be a bit more functional, but it's such an old ship. It's badly in need of a rework. You're very welcome to join us, dogs. If you want to jump on Discord, you're very welcome. Pop into Discord, hang out in the green room. Let me know you're hanging out in the green room and we can drag you into live. just lurking, TV. Mau Mau. Going to run your reclaimer in Pyro. Yeah, well, I think I've, now that Rhino showed me a little bit of the, the construction material in the reclaimer, I think I might have to get my reclaimer out for a little bit of solo adventuring around. Just break up some salvage, go mess about in that hold.
I think there are fuses somewhere. I can't remember where.
Don't remember seeing any fuses. I think that's required for the gold pass, especially for the engineering module thingy. Yeah, the ship badly is in need of a good rework.
They added some somewhere. Or upstairs. So I know they added a light switch. Also added the fire extinguishers.
Enter drone operator seat. That drone rack will be sweet when they're working.
If they stick to drones.
What are the drones in the reclaimer supposed to do?
No idea.
Maybe you won't have drones.
Go down the ladders there. See, I think they've added the engineering terminal.
Use engineer station.
Right in front of you.
Yeah.
Power plant.
Coming soon. Beep, 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 beep.
Every room's the engineer's room.
We need more power to the grabby hand. But Captain, just giving all she got.
I'm just pulling up on the gate now.
What's it like to fly this beast through the gateway?
It's quite easy.
It's not really all that challenging, is it? You know, flying through the gateway. You know, I did it earlier on in whatever the little ship I was in. And, you know, all I did was roll about, you know. It just kind of guides you through.
First few times of going through it was alright, but then it just becomes a chore.
Yeah, sure.
Dogs is in the green room. Crouch.
Oh, thanks, Leslie. G'day, dogs. How are you, mate?
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
Yep.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Thanks. I'm good, thanks, mate. I'm good.
I'm sat the other side of the gate waiting for you.
Yeah, we're almost through.
Hopefully not in your throw-out point, because I'm only in a little ship, so...
Boom!
You drop on top of me, I'm screwed.
Boom!
Right, we're out.
Aha!
Let me send through an invite. Oh, do you want to add me in, dogs? It's just crouch at Curtis-crouch. Send me a friend invite. Shoot an invite to the party.
I can try. Hang on a second. I'd have to go into... Oh,
You can always do it through Spectrum.
Yeah, well, you're in the same server, aren't you? So I should be able to do it through Mobiglass.
Oh yeah, here you go, 00 dogs.
Yeah.
Send friend request. Invite to party. There we go.
Aha!
Success!
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So I think Motherfig was saying earlier on, let me just have a quick check here. He's saying 2,164 at Ruin, or 2,160 at Checkmate. Not a huge difference in price. A little bit.
That Checkmate.
That Checkmate, yeah.
Just wait for Dogs to get aboard, wherever he is.
Oh, sorry, I'm just adding everybody.
I see you now.
Are you at the station, are you, dogs? Oh, no, that's
yes,
right.
I'm nearby.
You were in your little ship, that's right.
Oh, there we go. I see you. Try not to crash into anything on the way.
My hangar, by the way, is not dark and dingy.
I found a way of lighting it up.
Oh, did you?
Oh.
Yeah.
What did you use for that?
4 PTVs, one in each corner, with the headlights on.
Nice.
Oh, so when you call your hangar, it gives you. Is it? How would that work? Because it's not a persistent hangar, right?
Yes, it is. My home base is
Oh,
Checkmate.
it's your home base. Ah, right. I got you. Yeah, because then you could stick a whole bunch of lights and stuff in there, and yes.
Yeah, I've got a PTV in each corner with the headlights on, facing the centre of the hangar. And it lights up the whole place.
Amazing.
Nice.
You're hiding behind an asteroid.
No, you're hiding behind an asteroid. Alright, be careful not to crash into said asteroid. Could
It's
be
an
coming
ambush.
into you about now.
Yeah, I can see you straight in front of me. If you want to get in through one of the
Yep. Oh! You'll get
doors at the top. Whoa!
It's close. Alright, well, oh, I lost you. Where are you? There we go. Surprising how nippy this ship can be.
Oh, God,
Sometimes
yeah.
I forget.
What ship are you in, Dogs?
Sorry?
What ship are you in?
You stay there. I'll come to you.
It's
Stay there.
It's
Pisces.
a little yeah,
A little Pisces.
little medical Pisces.
Such a lovely ship.
Very useful also.
Alright, fellas, I
Especially
shall be
if
back
you-
in just a minute.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, quick bio break. Thank you everyone who's joined me tonight. It's quite nice actually to be back on Discord and, you know, hanging out with some people, doing a little bit of group gameplay. I'm absolutely loving this Reclaimer right now, but I shall be back in just a minute. Where are my headphones? Wrapped around everything. Oh boy. I'm glad we got Discord sorted out. I think I've got everything set up that I need for it.
Did you just get in a turret?
I just sat in the yeah, I just sat in one of the seats.
That must be why marker keeps vanishing then. Because as soon as you sat down, the marker vanished. Checkmate.
That's weird.
Yeah, so I don't know how far away we are.
Hang on. I get out.
Don't worry about it.
Are we going to run out of fuel?
No, we're not going to run out of fuel.
We got shitloads in this thing, mate.
I got 64% left still.
I could
This is
cross
an
the whole of
industrial
Pyro
ship,
and
yeah.
Cannon.
I do like how we can like safely move around now. It was one of the biggest plagues for such a long time. Falling out of ships in Quantum.
I think a lot of that was desync.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
I think they spent a lot of time trying to sort that out.
Can't open your inventory when you're sitting down.
I have sent you all friend requests, by the way, for future usage. You check your pendings when you have a minute.
I think we already was anyway, weren't we?
I was with Crouch's main account, but not. I got you, Flossie, but not Crouch and Rhino's current.
I sent you one just before Dogs, but it'll be in your pending.
Ah, okay.
Which I don't think you can access the pending in game. I think you can only do it from the menu or from Spectrum.
It'll be in the Moby Glass.
Oh, you can see them in the Moby Glass, can you?
Yeah, it says pending in the Moby Glass.
Strange. Still says send friend request when I right click on your name.
No segregated showers.
We'll figure it out eventually.
We're all one crew here aboard the Nostromo. You think desyncs was the fact that the server only refreshed 2 to 3 times per second? Yeah, the desync was horrendous before. And a ship traveling at quantum travels a lot of distance between refreshes.
I haven't tried it yet, but I suppose this is a bit of a bugger to offload.
No, nice and easy.
Apparently we just pooped them out the back.
Yeah, I'll come down and show you how to do it.
Because there's a knack to it.
I bought me big tractor beam ready.
The max lift. It's the whole, oh my god, it's just slipped out of my head. Starship Troopers sort of future, right? Where everyone's just one crew and they're all showering together.
Keep an eye out
We're
for
all
face
just-
huggers
we're all just
while you're
one
up there,
here.
Crouch.
What was that, mate?
Keep an eye out for face huggers while you're up there.
Mate, I really wish there was like critters running, especially on these big ships. You know, like this one, the Carrack, the Polaris, big ships and stuff. You know, space where you've got space to move around, right? You know, critters and animals and stuff, and you know, what are those little rats called, Rhino?
The Aloha rats.
Yeah, those little things chewing on wiring. Like if you don't get rid of those off your ship, then it affects the ship's performance and stuff. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I'd love like pest control.
I think there's more chance
Yeah,
of
that-
being this ship than a Polaris, though. Carrack.
Have that thing in engineering in the future with where you drop compartments, like in what is it, Fifth Element? You've got a little flamethrower and little critters jump out and you have to. Multipass.
Multipass. Bada boom. Look at this freaking hold, man.
Oh, this is nothing, mate.
It's crazy in here right now.
I mean, when you fill this up, you can drop them down the end here and fill that up, and then you've got a cargo hold down the bottom there that you.
Did we just move through someone's ship?
I've got no idea what the hell's going on. Everything was clear for a second then.
Oh,
I think we're inside someone's ship.
See my screen. Stuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I think we've exploded.
Yeah, I'm floating in space.
That can't be good.
Oh.
I'm in the clinic. No, I think it's been founded, which is a good thing.
I'm incapacitated in the landing area.
I fell through into someone's hangar and I'm now currently incapacitated on the floor of their hangar. Oh, I'm right near dogs. We're both here. We're both here together in someone's hangar.
Just floating through
Probably
the actual
in
space
my
station.
hangar. Actually, that might not even be my hangar. Oh, what the hell? I just got to the elevator and I ended up back in the bed again.
There's a little ship here. He's flying around in his hangar. He's leaving. He's leaving. Imagine being that player and seeing two people just fall into your hangar. He's bailed. He's squeezed out. He's gone.
You can't even fly.
Amazing. I think we're done for.
No, the party wasn't disbanded. It was the oh, actually.
No, yeah, it said the party was disbanded. The ship blew up, man.
I've had that same issue. I can't do anything. No buttons are working.
Oh, bugger.
But this is so good.
It might be an idea if you're backspaced.
Yeah,
You'll just end up in the clinic.
Don't really have any choice at this stage.
But don't think I'll be able to get to you.
Oh, I've just noticed that the rescue beacons have gone up to 50 grand. Hold M to activate a rescue beacon and offer a 50,000 credit reward. Or offer a reward of 50,000 credits.
I think it depends on how much you've got in the bank.
Ah, like a tiered
Because I've only got like 53.
Yeah, none of you are in my hangar.
No, we're in someone else's hangar. He just
took off.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Reclaim destroyed.
Oh no!
Oh bugger!
That's
what the heck?
1.5 million down the pan.
No!
I've backspaced.
Savage.
Very savage.
Oh, I have
I'm off
managed
to
to
obituary.
I have managed to respawn this time. I'm at Lawville, and Maria, pure of heart. Lawville. Of course I'm at Lawville. Where do you think I set my spawn point?
Well, I would have thought we'd be at the station that we died at, to be fair.
Bugged characters respawn at the nearest med centre. Crouch obviously isn't bugged.
I have respawned a couple of times at the nearest med centre.
Please inform your manager immediately.
But
Medical leave. An authorized medical exemption form.
yeah, not this time apparently.
Proof of inability to perform your
I think I did die earlier in the stream, I think, and I respawned somewhere close by.
Yeah, I never respawn where I set my respawn.
It's random.
Well, I guess you won't see my hangar then.
No. I'm yet to redo my hangar. Get my fish tank and everything out. That thing is huge. I thought it was just going to be like a desktop fish tank, but it's ginormous.
It's a big display one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. It's empty. It'd be great to be able to collect different sorts of stuff and put it in there.
Oh, well, I don't know what you want to do now.
Well, I might head off shortly. It's been a...
Now arriving from
What the frick is that timer on the station?
Oh my god.
484,938 minutes and 27 seconds. Oh, wait, no, there's a train here.
Wow, that's a long ass train.
We're on another one of those dodgy Asian servers, aren't we?
I think all the servers right now are just, you know, I think they've had enough. They can smell 4.1.1 coming and they're like, we've done our job. Please just let us go to sleep.
Coming for a couple of weeks yet.
No,
well, at least another 2 weeks before that's out.
Won't be until May. But they, you know, they can still smell it.
White.
They know it's coming.
Team Victor's patch.
Ah.
Us, Jared on the side Star Citizen said, one we had the other day, he said this month is a 6 week patch cadence instead of a...
What's that? This is a 6 week patch cadence?
Yeah. This patch is a 6 week instead of a 4 week, so it's not... Because they originally said when they were doing the patches that there would be about 10 a year. 10 this year. So that's not one every month, is it? There's 2 patches missing. So ILW and Fleet Week, yeah, well the other one that they do, the two main shows are 6 week patches.
Please visit us again.
If we get 10 patches this year, I'll be incredibly surprised.
We've had a patch every month so far.
It's true. This is true.
Also had a ship release every month since October.
Invictus, hey. I do not need anything. I'll save up my money for my boat.
Come on the Asgard.
I could freaking sell my Star Citizen account and buy a boat right now. Oh man! All right, fellas. Well, I might jump out of Discord. Thank you, Rhino. That was really good fun, man. I really enjoyed that. And
you learned a few things.
I did. Thank you for pointing out that you know, the disintegration percentage bonus. Really useful stuff, man. And good fun. I'm glad I got Discord sorted out. We can do much more of this now moving forward. Now that I've got my stream deck sorted out, everything here on the Roadcaster is set up. Discord is set up on the streaming PC. Everything seems to be working properly. I'm sorry, Dogs, that you dropped in right at the last minute before I'm about to jump out of Discord, but...
as usual.
Flossie. Well, you know, now at least I'll be able to organise things in advance and people can be prepared and get involved like we did a couple of times in the past. Flossie, I appreciate you, mate. Thank you for jumping in. Beautiful work there in the hold. Shame we couldn't get it back. But it's been an absolute pleasure. I'll chat with you guys on another time. I'm going to jump out of Discord. I'll say goodnight to the stream and then
see you later.
I shall see you later on.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Take it easy, man.
Bye. Chuck all these guys back into the green room while I'm here. I want to get out of there. Those guys can keep chatting away in there. It's been an absolute pleasure tonight. I've had a really good time, you know. It's just been really nice. I really enjoyed that session then in the Reclaimer aboard the Nostromo, Captain Rhino's ship. it's really opened my eyes a little bit to adventuring around in a reclaimer. You know, a different gameplay loop than what I'm normally, you know, getting involved in terms of, you know, just chasing construction material. And the Reclaimer is such a wonderful ship. It's nice to be aboard it. It has such a wonderful ambience to it. So much fun. Motherfig, I appreciate the find, but I did not blow up Motherfig's ship. I was simply aboard it when Rhino, the captain of the vessel, did something wrong. You join as well, Emily, but you're on mute if there's a stream. Well, you'd be very welcome to join us. No one needs to be pressured into to being on stream, but they're very welcome to be part of the crew. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Crouch Consolidated Industries, I appreciate you hanging out with me. Oh man, where are we? 6.5 hours. I've got a couple of hours before I need to get my ninja ready for her grade 6 camp. Just very excited about it. She thinks she's got everything packed for it. I'm going to let her be the judge of that. Mrs. Crouch and the ninja have been organising all of that. So it's time now for me to vague out. Look at some boats at boatsonline.com.au. Catch up with some of my sailing channels. We're almost out, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last third of this tank of juice, which will be gone tomorrow, and then we can chuck these vapes out. I want some donuts. Thank you, folks. Slam off, great success. Flake, surprise. Crunchy, surprise. Kit Kat, even bigger surprise, does not work. It's time to vague out for a little bit. I appreciate you all. I'm so blessed and fortunate and grateful that so many people hang out with me here and just make this just a wonderful time. So thank you. I shall see everybody. What day is it? Sunday. Next weekend. Be busy for the week. Moving my own freight around. Sometimes the freight cans do look a little bit like the hold of that ship. I shall see everybody on Friday. I think I might organise something on Discord now that I know that that's working. Might start organising some events to get people involved in things. Lovely. I shall see everyone next time. Ciao. Beep. Oh crap, I forgot about the raid. Let's go. I'm here. We're back. Send a little raid off. We're going to pass them on. It's the right thing to do. Who's up and about? Drew Hillian. I don't know. Adventures in the Verse, Free Fly Citizens, bring your questions. Let's go. I'll send you over to Drew Hillian. Let's get that little raid kicked off. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. And all I've got is chocolate. That's not good. Might go find some salad. Make a salad sandwich. Bought some fresh ham and there's some lettuce in the fridge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you all. Send this right off to Drew Hillian over on Twitch. Everyone on YouTube, appreciate you. Take care. Friday, I'll set up something for Friday. Keep it on the Discord. See ya.